To call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. It is 10 o'clock a.m. We are in person at 113 West Columbia Avenue, Rebecca Hall, as well as online hybrid. First thing we need to accomplish is our roll call, starting to my right.
Ellen 11.
Geneva Shawnette.
Me and Fee.
Dan Enright.
Teddy Erico as mayor, and I believe we have Jesse Ray online. Can you confirm that, Jesse Ray?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Agenda item number 1, work sessions, discussion of a facilities master plan phase 3, and we have James Van Hoosier here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. James Van Hoosier, Manager's Department. So on October 8th, 2024, Town Council discussed Phase 2 of the facilities master plan. At that time, direction was given to proceed to Phase 3, as well as to enter into a memorandum of understanding with our partners on the Fruin site at the county, which has been accomplished. The other direction given at that, and so all the work is currently underway on the larger topic of the facilities master plan. But at that meeting, council asked specifically that staff and consultants return to council with 2 design studies, one for a potential rooftop deck at the Fruin building site, which again will be is contemplated as a joint town and county officing facility on the county-owned Fruin building site at 335 West Colorado Avenue, and then also looking at the potential to relocate the 2 historic sheds that are currently located off the alley at that site. So we are here back before you to look at those 2 discrete items. We have in person with us Jessica Ginter from HOK and Ashley Satterfield from Charles Cuniff Architects, as well as Jared Biggs from the county. Jared, Lance, and I are here to answer any questions, but I'm going to turn it over to our consultants to run through the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much.
We'll get started. And I'm Jessica Ginther with HOK. As James noted, last time we presented phase 2, there were 2 requested studies in that meeting. One was the addition of a roof deck to the Fruin site building, the new building on that site, and then to understand the potential historic shed relocation for the 2 sheds. So we are going to do a quick overview of phase 2 when we met with you last. So when we came to you with phase 2, it was kind of outline programming studies for the new building at the Fruin site, the shared building between the town and county, looking at the developable square footage. In this study, we were maxing out the FAR. We included retail on the ground floor, which allowed us to extend our FAR beyond that 1.5 FAR, and then looked at parking. In this study, we did utilize the 2 sheds for parking and for resource recovery on the site. And then an axonometric view of just the massing of that new building and how we're looking to maintain the height and mass relative to the Miramonte building next door. And so the 2 requested studies, we're going to talk about these separately. So we'll go through the roof deck studies first, and then we can have conversation about that, and then go through the historic shed relocation studies with conversation. The 2 items are not dependent on each other, meaning there can be a decision made either way. So we want to kind of separate them and have discussion separately about them. So the first up is the rooftop deck.
Hi, I'm Ashley Satterfield with Charles Cuniff Architects. In the analysis for the roof deck options, we looked at 2 scenarios. One, providing 1 means of egress from the rooftop deck, which allows for 49 occupants and 735 square feet of deck area. In the second scenario, we looked at providing 2 exits from the rooftop deck, which allows us to have 99 occupants and 1,485 square feet of roof deck area. In this analysis, we have to consider the overall building height. The building height is limited to 35 feet maximum height as of right in the land use code. This can be increased to 40 feet through a PUD process. And also to consider is through the review and approval of HARC, you can provide an architectural element on top of the building, which can extend beyond that allowed maximum height. If it is within 20% of that overall roof height and does not exceed a certain amount of square feet. So looking at the section diagram, this shows the section without the rooftop deck. You can see that the overall building height is complying with the 35-foot height maximum, and the elevator overrun exceeds beyond this by a few feet, complying with the architectural element overall height. As we extend that means of egress up to the rooftop to provide for the deck, that is extending the elevator stop and the egress stair as well. This would likely push us into a PUD approval process, but we are exploring all avenues to see if we need to go through that process or not. These plan views show the two different options. Option A shows the roof deck option with one exit. And you can see the 735 square feet as it is proportional to the overall building footprint. Option B shows us two vertical circulation elements providing for 99 occupants. That second vertical circulation element would be provided with a roof hatch access at that second stair. So we're able to keep the overall height for that second stair at the parapet height. So you don't have a second architectural element penetrating that roof. And then showing a 3D view for each of these options. And also looking into the cost estimate that we provided for each option. So option A, providing one means of egress, is in the $350,000 realm of price tag. Option B brings us to approximately $500,000 add to the project. And this cost analysis included extending the elevator to provide that additional stop. It includes extending the stairs up to the rooftop deck and providing for exterior and interior enclosures at each of these elements, along with finishes for the roof deck itself. So at this point, we'd like to break for questions and have a discussion about each of these options.
Great. Thank you very much. They both look great. Any questions from council?
I have a question. In either of these options, are there restrooms that'll be up on the deck, or will you have to go to a lower floor to use restrooms?
You'll have to go to a lower floor.
Would that cause any issues, like if there are after hours events up there with people going down into town and county restricted office areas? I'm just trying to
I
see
can
how.
probably just jump in from an IT perspective. So we're already looking at better technology for door coding. And so it would most likely just be a specific door code for events, and other aspects would be locked off and not accessible to that same code.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the space is usable beyond just 9 to 5 hours when there are people in the building working, because I think that, you know, being able to host, you know, things after hours for the community is like kind of, in my opinion, would be a big reason to have this. So if that would prohibit the use of the space after hours when there aren't people necessarily like, you know, staffing the building, I'm just trying to get a feel for that.
No, we agree. Then if this is going to happen, should be designed as an amenity for the community, in our opinion. So those are design considerations that will certainly need to be undertaken.
This might be a dumb question, but this is the first time I've been involved with a project like this from this phase. How does the PUD process affect the timeline? Like if we have to go through the PUD process, what's the effect of that?
I'll take this one. It's an additional step. We will have to be before, regardless of PUD, we will have to be before planning and zoning for a large scale subdivision for this project. So it's not like adding a PUD is adding, and you can combine PUD and subdivision. So it's not as if going to PUD is adding additional meetings. It is adding additional process, but we will be before the planning and zoning board regardless. So more process is more process, but it's not as if the options are not don't go to P and Z or go to P and Z. We will be in P and Z regardless. Does that help?
Yeah, that clarified that.
Any other questions from council? I've got a question and it's going to be a dumb one. I'll warn you. Knowing how utilized the AHA space is, one of the coolest things about it and is the indoor outdoor space aspect of it because of monsoon season and wintertime, and that ability to pop in and out. Just a no-go to consider any type of a similar spot up there based on height, based on money, based on stupid idea, whatever.
Or some kind of retractable roof situation.
And I mean,
Maybe.
anything that just helps it be a little less weather dependent for use. Because if we're going to spend money, I don't want it to be non-utilized 250 days of the year. Then it's kind of a lot tougher. I mean, and trust me, I love the idea of it and I want to do all I can to support it personally. But is there a way that just gets a little bit more public benefit and use for the money would have to be spent?
Well, based on the height requirement, so we can go up to 40 feet with the PUD. But to do some indoor outdoor space, it'd be kind of a full floor of the building. And so to get 4 floors within that 40 feet is a challenge. You can't get that. It's too tight, right? You can still have, so the architectural element, which we're, discussing, the land use code just allows that to be 150 square feet, in plans. That's pretty small. And so that would really just be the elevator and any stair access. It doesn't really allow for kind of an additional interior space to hang out in. I don't think we have discussed yet an idea of like a shade structure or something else up there, that could be explored. I'm kind of looking at James on what the land use code allows there.
Retractable awning.
Yeah, something like that so that you can provide shade, some cover, but it wouldn't be interior space.
Right. Okay.
And I will, sorry, I just want to jump in and remind council too, that we are looking at town hall for our council chambers, which will also be accessible for a larger community space, flexible for that use for indoors, if that's kind of what we're pointing at. And
And Ashley, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
No, I was raising my hand to be next. So
Go ahead.
finish
No,
your
no,
comment.
I'm good.
I would like to also point out, so Teddy, there is the second floor deck
Oh, yeah.
as well, which,
That's what I was gonna ask about.
we haven't programmed the building yet. Maybe I shouldn't even go there, but there's a world where maybe could you laser point at the mast
No,
and
we
the.
The
Okay.
laser doesn't work.
Oh, great. Well, anyway, so is there a world where instead of offices, is that indoor space there, more conference rooms that you could have indoor, outdoor access for parties? I'm not saying yes, but there is that would be an easier place to have your indoor, outdoor options as far as deck going to indoor space. A usable fourth story is going to be a really challenging ask from a heart perspective, programming cost.
That was my question, was that it feels like, this is, in the scheme of everything, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's not, no money to do this. it also is then pushing that elevator shaft into the 40-foot world.
Likely, yes.
And that if we didn't have this up there, that wouldn't be extending beyond 35 feet. I'm just wondering if it's like, if this, because I agree with Teddy, because there isn't indoor-outdoor flexibility necessarily with it, I think that's going to be a little bit of an engineering challenge. If we maybe look to that second floor deck area and figure out if there's a way to make that conference room flex thing. In my mind, and maybe I'm different from everyone else, but in my mind, the spaces that we're thinking about are less about like, are we going to throw a party here, and more of like when we were looking at the county master plan stuff, we were doing community outreach in the like hallway with the elevator in the back stairwell in the center of the Miramani building. Like it's like there's no great like accessible kind of community space that feels like, you know, something that a community would hang out in versus like, this is just a space for people to stand in. So I'm just wondering if, because of the, you know, the historic constraints that we want to abide by, it feels like maybe this space is a little bit of extra money that maybe isn't going to be as much of a give back. Like it's not, I'm not feeling like this is necessarily worth the spend, but that's my opinion.
Mian?
I disagree. Mainly for everything that I think everybody's heard me say. I think we have lost a lot of space, both the actual space itself and the affordability of gathering places for the community. It's been one of my biggest concerns for years at this point. We don't have places where kids that grow up here can afford to have their weddings and can afford to have birthday parties. We can have memorials. Because ultimately, even places that we do still have, like, for example, you know, sort of that like Bra area in Town Park is slated to go away in the Town Park master plan, and is still weather constrained. So I really think that what we need to do when we're looking at any sort of public development that we're doing for the office space or parking garages or anything else is look to be putting in places that can be affordably used by the people that live and work here. And this has always been one of the places that I think this to me feels like a good natural fit. I do think, to Teddy's point, that we need to figure out something in regards to weather so that it can be utilized more, but I think that that's easily done with shade structures. I think that can even be done with temporary like rig points as well. But I feel very, very strongly that there's not going to be a way that I don't think that this money is money well spent.
Then one idea could be, if you look at the larger rendering, is if you thought that that box space next to the second floor deck was a conference room or something like that that could be utilized, maybe that staircase to the top floor is an exterior staircase for that one level that connects both decks. So you could utilize both decks if you need it. And then if the weather's inclement, you do at least have some indoor space to go to. Elena?
I kind of want to expand on what Mian said. One of the things that I like about this, like, obviously I wish it cost no money to do this, but that's not reality. But we talk a lot about being an employer of choice and employee retention. And I'm imagining, like, when an event isn't happening here, like if you're an employee of the town or of the county and you can like take a meeting on this rooftop or like do some work if it's a nice day outside, like I can see that making our workplace just a much more pleasant place for our employees. And, you know, I think about those like great rooftop gardens in like tech cities. And to me, this is us kind of like trying to provide an amenity like that to our workforce or to our town and county staff. And I think that's a huge benefit that I just want to call out. You know, the day-to-day, not when we're actually having events, but the way this will be used by the people who actually run our town and run our county.
Great. Any other comments or thoughts? Ashley?
I can see that the point of like having a space for people to have meetings outside and stuff like that. And I would, in that vein, could be in favor of the smaller deck space. I feel like to just rebuttal me in a little bit, is like, I actually don't think that we should look at every single project and see how we can serve every single purpose in every single project. I think that's kind of a bad way to city plan. I think that we have future projects and future potential where we could purposefully build areas that are specific for parties, funerals, weddings, stuff like that, and focus our money on there. Because the reality is I don't know if the town and the county are ultimately going to feel comfortable even hosting things like parties, like a wedding gathering or something like that, where there's going to be people drinking and partying and up till late night hours in this type of a space. So I hear what you're saying, and I definitely appreciate maybe wanting to have some outdoor gathering space for meetings and like I was mentioning before, a space where we can have a community, open house, stuff like that. But I feel like trying to put everything into every building might not be the best way to plan, that we should look at future projects to actually make them dedicated to specifically what Mian is talking about, so that it can be utilized as such and it is purposefully built for that, and that's what it gets used for. So that would just be my rebuttal to that comment. But I do appreciate that maybe a smaller outdoor deck for some of this.
One thing we can always consider, based on budgets, based on current ideal use and what it morphs into. I'm a big proponent of maximizing the use of any space and figuring it out later. But if we have to get into some type of compromise, the other idea would be to spend a little bit of money to engineer it so it could be added in the future as you figure out what those uses are. And I would encourage to do that as a minimum, and also engineer it so that future stage is prepared for the maximum. And so that makes that ability to add something a lot easier. Geneva?
Yeah, I have a few points. I think, to me and Ashley's point, I think both of you have some validity in what you're saying. I don't envision this to be the place for a funeral or a wedding, but I do envision it as a place that could take on a lot of the programming that potentially happens on the library back deck or in the program room, or things that don't involve drinking, that are community gathering events or nonprofit board meetings or outreach or whatnot. I also think that the town, for better or worse, are developers, and developers logically should try and utilize their space to the maximum capacity for their purpose. Our purpose is providing benefit to the town. We get criticized at times for trying to go too big or doing things that are out of scale with the community. I'm not saying I agree with those points, but I think that the idea that we have varying sizes of amenities in different parts around the town is a good thing. We don't have to go full bore as big as possible, but this size, I mean, what is the program room, 70 or 50 capacity? This would be bigger if we went with option B, is my point. So I think wherever we can tuck something in that's usable would be great. I'm sure that when there's trainings with our staff and with the county staff, they're looking for a space that's big enough to fit 30 people, 50 people in to do, whether it's any kind of training. We don't have to get into the specifics about that. But I think that more space that's flexible is always good. And I don't know, as someone who's put up 1 million 10 by 10 easy ups, I can say, we do it around here. And I'm sure other organizations would be happy to utilize that. Although I do think that there's something a little more efficient we could design for the roof that would be more durable, et cetera, and not involve people carrying tents up and down the elevator when they're loading in. So I'm in favor of option B. I think we should take any opportunity to put some space. I agree with Teddy that we don't have to program it exactly right now, but I think it would be short-sighted to think that even the town and the county wouldn't have ample uses for this space, even if we didn't open it to the public, which I do think we should. But I just think it's another meeting room, and all of our meeting rooms are highly used at the moment. And all of our rooftop opportunities in town are very popular. So we like to be in the nature.
And
this
it's not a lot. I mean, from a budgetary perspective, if we're looking to replicate this space elsewhere, there's no way that we could build something of this nature for $500,000. It would be significantly more than that. Like we obviously just went through that exercise in Town Park. So I think that this is actually a fiscally conservative decision to make, and keeps our options open, you know, the most that we possibly can. So I'm still obviously in favor of it.
This is a work session. And so I want to get some public comment on it, but if they would like to, we haven't heard from Dan or Jesse Ray, and just if you have something, give you the opportunity, but no big deal either way.
Sure. My one comment was just echoing what Meehan literally just said. I think that nearly 1,500 square foot of usable space at $500,000 is about the best bang for buck in square footage you can find in Telluride. I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, Ashley, but there was one comment you made that sounded like this wasn't a land use code compliant project if we went with something like option B. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but if it was, it absolutely is. The PUD process is part of our land use code. Exchanges like this is a benefit that any applicant can make, including the town of Telluride. We, just like any other applicant, should be held to the same standards of our land use code. And this is an allowable ask going up to that 40-foot height limit. So I support using this space, and of the two options, I prefer option B. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Jesse Ray does have her hand up, so if we could unmute her, that would be great.
I think I am unmuted. Yeah, I think there's some good takeaways from everything that everyone has said. I really liked what Elena said about employees of the town and county having an opportunity to use this just on a daily basis for work. I liked what Teddy said about maybe connecting the second floor deck to the third floor and then doing some shading. I think from a fiscal standpoint, not only is the project itself, like Meehan said, to do something like this pretty cheap, but even if looking at option A versus option B, to basically double in size and double in occupants for just 150 grand more seems kind of like a no-brainer to me. So I'm in favor of option B. Like most of you, I hadn't really envisioned this usage to be for like weddings or funerals. I thought it would be more of the nonprofit community outreach employee type use. So yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this item that would like to chime in? Seeing none, Tiffany, anybody have their hand raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. I think that was a pretty healthy discussion. Just for the listener public, there was a comment about the bra shade structure going away in Town Park. I don't think anything's been decided for that. The grass area will be significantly reduced from the hardscape of that next phase in that old oval space. But in terms of how that functions and what that use is still kind of up in the air. So I don't want anyone to think the bra's just disappearing and that will be off limits to events. It will change. It will be smaller for sure. But I wanted to point that out in case anyone wanted some clarification on that. And then I will pass it back to you.
Is that good direction?
May I repeat the direction back to you? Would
Sure.
that be okay? So I believe I'm hearing from a majority of this board that we would like to explore roof deck option B. Seeing thumbs up, great. That's what we will do. We will continue to explore whether or not a PUD is required. It is likely just based on elevator heights. And in that case, will most likely be a provision of community facilities is in and of itself a PUD public benefit that can be offered. That's probably where we will begin our explorations of putting together a PUD package. And also for the listening audience, I wanted to be very, very clear. We are only talking about height for that elevator overrun. The parapet and, height of the building itself is still contemplated to be at or below the 35-foot height base zoning requirements. If that changes, we will let you know, but those are the assumptions we are operating under at this time. Personally, I think option B makes more sense than A as well. It's this type of thing, you're sort of in for a penny, in for a pound. The elevator tower itself is a lot of the expense. So it's really not, as Jesse Ray pointed out, it's double the size, not double the cost. So pretty clear direction. We will take it from there.
Great. And is everyone on council kind of cool with that? That if we do something, it's probably B, not A, and probably 3 scenarios. We do nothing. We engineer it for future expansion of a rooftop deck use, or we go B and however those designs come out, kind of the 3 paths forward. Okay, awesome. All right, then we will go back to you for the historic shed part of the presentation.
Great, thank you. Okay, so shifting gears to discuss the historic sheds on the Fruin site. There's 2 sheds there. There's THS number 80 and THS number 81. Number 80 was, we believe, was built around 1890 based on the Sanborn maps, while number 81 was not depicted on the Sanborn maps through 1922. So this seems to indicate that number 81 may have been relocated to the Fruin site at some point in time. And we'll look at that too. One other just piece that leads us to that is it is set back 5 feet from the alley, which could have been the rear setback at the time when it was relocated. Where the site is within town, a blow-up aerial view. Number 80 is located at the corner of Aspen and the alley. And number 81 is that second shed, which is set back 5 feet from the alley and just east of number 80. So following the last town council meeting, when it was requested that we take a look at these historic sheds a little bit more and look at the possibility of relocation, we worked with the county to look and discuss potential sites. They suggested 2 options, both within the same block of town and both on county land. The first one being in the Galloping Goose Park between the Miramonte building and the county courthouse. If it were to be relocated here, it could be repurposed as a picnic pavilion. The second option potential site is at the rear of the Miramonte building and could be repurposed as a resource recovery shed. That second option would require relocation of a transformer and some other electrical equipment that is serving the Miramonte building. So it is not a clear site at the moment. So there would be some work to make that site possible. And one of the main questions from town council was, would this site and new building, what would the advantages be, right, to move these sheds? So here is where we left phase 2 with both sheds remaining on the property and the building being planned around them. We had 12 parking spaces at the rear off the alley, and then the 3rd floor to maximize the FAR did shift back and kind of jogged around the sheds to provide that setback. When we looked at what it means to remove one shed, so this is a relocate one shed, and this is the relocation of number 81. Some of the benefits are you can gain a parking space, and that parking becomes a bit more straightforward. You're not working around that second shed for the parking spaces, and the rear of the building flattens out. So it's a more simplified massing and simplified structure for the building. The overall square footage and developable area remains the same since those sheds were being used for parking. And then again, the massing, when we look at removing and relocating both sheds from this site, we gain one more additional parking space. So we're up to 14 spaces. And then that simplified massing to the rear of the site. And then this is a summary of really the three options. The first being, the historic sheds remain on the site. We get 12 parking spaces. We have the jogged third floor. If we relocate just number 81, get 13 parking spaces, simplified third floor. And then if we relocate both, we could get up to 14 spaces. And again, a simplified third floor. And we'd open up for discussion at this point.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions from council? Geneva?
Question for Jared. How many parking spaces does the county have right now? None.
I would tell you not enough. We use the 6 existing parking spaces immediately behind the Fruin to double park currently. And so it's one of those things where we would want to at least preserve 6, obviously, to preserve what we have today. But anything, and this is where we had the conversations, we said, well, is it worth it to get one additional space? And I think particularly with the parking changes that have happened around the building, it has continued to be a little bit of a challenge, but losing parking is what we really don't want. So.
And then in terms of, I'm sorry if I missed this, the moving one of the sheds, would that take, one of them would go between the buildings and then the one behind, does that take away parking from behind the Miramonte building or no?
Currently, as was mentioned, that is where we have our trash recycling and our transformer natural gas supply. So there would be some logistics we'd have to figure out, but those are not parking spaces today.
Well, my instant feedback is if they're willing to move them, why would we not move them and max out the new building?
Oh, and one thing I wanted, Jessica did touch on this, but as far as the concept of maxing out, because the sheds, if the sheds stay on site, they do not count against our floor area because we are utilizing them for parking, which is exempt from the FAR calculations in this site. So you are not, if you move them, you're not actually getting more FAR. Benefits to moving them are on that slide there. You get 1 additional parking space. If you move 1 shed, you get 2 additional parking spaces. If you move both sheds, and some simplified massing.
I think that's a great point. And so rather than say max out, I should say gain efficiencies. in the
Absolutely, sure,
building.
totally.
Yeah.
And yeah, more parking, of course. I think we should do our part to support that. And a lot of our staff and the county staff don't live in town.
Elena?
Yeah, I'm gonna preface my question with saying that I like the efficiency. I don't love moving a historic structure that's in its original location. Like that does kind of like rub me the wrong way. But I do like the efficiency. I like the additional parking space of moving both sheds. To me, moving just shed 81, you get the simplified third floor plan and 1 more parking spot. So I could see that being kind of the compromise here. Because the shed 81 isn't in its original location anyway, like that doesn't feel as concerning, but I do, there's part of me that feels like where we can retain some history, we should, but I understand, like I can get on board with moving both of them, like if Hark approves it, which I think is another big question mark.
If I may, and another nuance of, the tenor of this conversation is we are asking you what you would like us to present to Hark, right? It is ultimately Hark's purview and decision. So we're looking for feedback from this board on what options we should present to Hark to get their feedback and ultimate.
Yeah, well, and I almost wonder, like, as a to play to what the board generally wants to see. I wonder if coming with a proposal that kept the historic shed in its location would be better received by the board when we're asking for other variances. That was like my initial thought, and that was my note. And I did want to ask, so this is my question. What is the precedent for moving historic sheds? Like, I know sometimes we move them for setback reasons, but they're still really close to their original location. But is this like out of the ordinary? Is this something that happens a lot? Like how big of an ask is it to move a historic shed?
You'd have to define ordinary, which I don't know if we can. Sheds used to get moved all the time. That's become less common in the last 15 years, I'd say, to have sheds relocated, as opposed relocated meaning to a different lot. Repositioned is, accommodating current setbacks and whatnot. That still happens quite frequently. But yeah, there are standards that one has to meet to relocate a shed. You'd have to demonstrate that you're in compliance with those. Sheds can't leave the district. We could spend a lot of time talking about shed relocation.
Okay, Ashley?
Oh, yeah, it takes a unanimous vote of HARC twice as well to relocate historic structures. So
Great. Ashley?
I would agree with Elena that I am not in favor of us relocating a historic shed that's in its original location. It feels to kind of go against the entire purpose of wanting to, keep things historic. It also, I think that having the sheds in the alley speaks to that's where they historically were put, stuff like that. That being said, it feels like perhaps moving shed 81 to by the Galloping Goose is the cheapest and maybe the most feasible project. I'm a little concerned about moving both sheds from the historical standpoint, but also because, like you were mentioning, we're going to have to move those transformers and those lines and stuff like that. That's not going to be super cheap. It's just another level. And this is a net gain of parking. It's not a net loss of parking in any way. So I think that might be the compromise of, I would be in support of the second option with the 13 additional parking spaces, figuring out a relocation for the shed 81, but keeping the historic shed 80 in its current position where it historically was and utilizing it there.
If I may.
Sure.
Mayor Errico. Counselor Von Sprecken, we will have to go through an electrical design for this new building, and we will be working on a electrical design for the Miramane to be remodeled as well. So it's not to say, I just want you to have full information when you make these decisions that we may be moving some of this infrastructure anyway.
Okay.
We also know that I think Sampa has been working to eliminate the overhead poles within that region. I think we just got a new gas meter. There's a lot of moving parts. One of these days, the two buildings that are across the alley that have been under construction for a number of years will be finished. And I think there's an intention to redo the road and pave it potentially. So there are a lot of moving parts with that aspect as well as we move ahead.
Can I then rephrase my comment?
Sure.
My preference would be then if the county feels like that there's going to be some changing in the back area with the electrical and all those utilities there, my preference then would be to still move shed 81 to that alternative spot in the alley and keep it in the alley and have it be utilized there in a new space. Potentially, it sounds like resource recovery or whatever. That would be my preference, would be the middle option and moving the shed to the alley by the newly changed, utilities.
Mian?
I agree with Elena and Ashley. I really do feel that the shed that's on the corner 80 needs to remain where it is. I actually really like the idea of moving the shed 81 to have it as a picnic area. I actually liked it being a little bit more visible from the main street, just because I do think that with so much of the renovations that we're kind of seeing in town, I feel like we're losing a little bit of that historic charm. And I kind of love the idea of it being used for something that people are using. So not that the utilization itself is the reason for any decision being made, but to have it as a picnic area versus using a historic structure just for resource recovery, to me just feels like a more appropriate nod to the history of the community.
Thank you, Mian. Jessie Ray has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with moving the historic structures. I mean, as we know, like Popcorn Alley, those houses have been moved all around town for many years, and I think it does add some charm and variance visually around town. I'm wondering if we looked at any other places to move the sheds. I don't like the idea of moving the shed to the Galloping Goose Park just because there's green space on Main Street, that little pocket park, and I really like that, and I'd love to see that remain the same. Also, to my knowledge, I think both of those sheds are utilized by, I think one is the farmer's market and the other is maintenance for the town. So just making sure that when and if we move them, that, you know, those organizations and people still have adequate storage and accessibility to those things. And I guess to summarize, I'm okay with the third option. I think more parking is really important considering our current situation and now increasing office space, and knowing that a majority of our town and county employees don't reside within the town of Telluride, should be a top priority, I think, when we are considering increasing parking and remodeling these buildings. So I'm good for option 3.
Great, thank you.
But
Jared,
I'd
you-
also like to explore like where else we can move these sheds, not just on the county-owned land, but maybe Town Park or other areas within the district.
Great. Can you expand upon what the 2 sheds are being used for now?
Surely. So as of now, one of those sheds is used by Second Chance as overflow storage. And I think that we would be negotiating with whether it's Second Chance or a new tenant, to ensure that we have enough space within the building to provide for those needs. The other shed currently is being used by county staff. It's kind of our dumping yard until we move things around, take them to the free box in some cases if we're trying to move big items, file cabinets, other storage. So it's something that I think we would want to flex out as an opportunity. Obviously, we'll have more functional use in the building that is constructed. And so we assume that we'll be able to, eliminate or change those uses significantly from what they are currently.
Got it. James, go ahead.
I wanted to address Jessie Ray's other question. Were other receiving sites considered? The hardest part of relocating a shed is finding a willing receiving site. It was kind of a big deal to have found 2 sites, period, especially with a willing partner who's and I again wanted to remind us that the county is the landowner and owns the sheds and owns both receiving sites. So at the end of the day, if the county wants to move their sheds, the county can propose to move their sheds, even separate and apart from this process. However, I don't believe any of Town Park is located within the district, so that would not be a possibility for relocation. And if you're asking me personally, I wouldn't recommend scouring additional town sites or county sites for different possibilities to relocate these. If you're interested in relocation, I would recommend sticking to the willing receiving sites that the county is offering.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Unless there's any other comments from council, I'd like.
I had one more thought just as we were talking. Another thing that I like about keeping shed 80 where it is it shields some of the parking from Aspen Street. So I do feel like that's kind of a nice benefit of leaving that shed on that corner.
Dan?
Since I haven't contributed, I think relocating shed 81 is the easy yes. It gains both parking and building efficiency. We have a willing site. I am open to either site location, but I think the lower hanging fruit is likely the open space between the courthouse and the Miramonte building. I am open to exploring the relocation of shed number 80, but it doesn't feel like the willingness is there from the rest of council, so I don't need to necessarily die on that hill either. That one would be more contingent on a fuller exploration of the relocation of those utilities at the current site behind the Miramonte building before I'd be wanting to push stronger in favor of that one. But relocating 81 and gaining that parking and building efficiency seems like an easy yes. Thank you.
Great. Since this is a work session, I'd like to take public comment if there is any. Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this part of the discussion for the historic shed potential relocation? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised online? Okay. I think clear direction is taking out no shed relocation. I think we can cross that one off the list unless someone objects to that now. It looks like we're slightly leaning towards a one shed relocation, but that there's probably enough people on the council, if it's not split, close enough to split, that may consider a double relocation. And so we could probably look at both. I think for me personally, I haven't really chimed in. It's hard to really figure out what it looks like, how it functions, the historical importance of moving one versus two. So I'm not sure. I'm leaning towards keeping the one, but it really all depends on, some more information. But is that helpful?
I would love it to be a little more helpful. It would be our preference if we could have a plan from this board to run by HARC and see where that gets us. So if we can get consensus on, I agree, it seems like the board is fairly split, but if we can get consensus on, yes, keep this shed here, and yes, explore moving this shed to this site, that would be my preference coming out of this meeting if we can get there.
I can get to the middle option. I think that
I'm
there's
good with it.
valid reasoning for that, and it's really up to HARC at the end of the day, so.
I could do middle and perhaps the, like Dan was saying, the lowest hanging fruit is proposing the relocation of it at the Galloping Goose Park.
Okay.
I agree. Ashley said it.
What happens to the train? Does it work with the train? Does it
Yeah.
work?
The train has been moved. Is it
Well, I know,
right?
No more
I know.
train.
It goes
now.
in and out.
It goes in and out.
It is not planned to go back in
At all.
this point. It's actually being ridden
Wait,
and
really?
and used
Ugh.
in Ridgeway. It's been a conversation of our historical commission and our Parks and Open Space to keep it employed where it is in Ridgeway. And this is kind of an
We
alternative.
need some history in that courtyard. So.
So some activated history that people use within the courtyard seems like a reasonable option. But
I didn't know that.
That's two
Realized
trains that
that
have
we were
disappeared
dropping
out of
a
Main
bomb here,
Street.
sorry.
Life here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good clarification. I think with that, with I'd get on board with the middle approach as well. I think that probably pushes us to a majority of this council to give you that direction. I don't think there's enough to strongly push two locations and one location, and moving one is going to be easier than two. And makes the site have some historical significance without it being moved. And I
Make sure to
think,
tell HARC that there's no train as well.
yeah, like, do we have to, we can always ask for two and then negotiate with HARC. We've seen that done in the past.
No comment.
Let's just go for what we want.
I think this is a reasonable plan and that reasonable people will recognize that.
Okay, perfect. Is there any other further direction you need from that?
That direction is very clear. We will proceed as directed, and that brings us to the end of our presentation unless you have any additional questions for us.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. It was a wonderful
Thank you.
presentation, very helpful, and thank you for the effort put in and your time today.
Thanks so much, y'all.
That brings us to agenda item number 2, administrative reports. And I will hand it off to Zoe.
Thank you so much, Mayor Erico. I'm going to start us off with 2A1, which is a recognition of our code enforcement officer, Jeanette Levin, for her life-saving efforts. Oh, and Josh is going to come up, and we are going to make Jeanette come up here. We're so proud of her.
All right. So it's my privilege to embarrass Jeanette a little bit today. So Jeanette recently attended a code enforcement conference in Las Vegas. She got back from the conference. I asked her how it went. She kind of made this all comment like, oh yeah, I had a guy drop dead in front of me, and kind of shrugged it off, and that was it. So later that day, I got a very detailed explanation of what happened. So I'll just share what was shared with me. During the recent International Code Council conference in Las Vegas, a remarkable demonstration of quick thinking and professional expertise resulted in a life saved. Jeanette Loven, while attending to her professional duties, became an unexpected hero when a male attendee suddenly collapsed directly in front of her station. With remarkable composure and decisive action, Jeanette immediately assessed the situation, checking for vital signs and discovering the man had neither pulse nor respiration. Without hesitation, Jeanette initiated CPR, applying her training with precision and determination. After administering 3 comprehensive cycles of CPR, she successfully restored the man's vital signs, effectively bringing him back from a critical state. Her professional response extended beyond the immediate medical intervention, as she simultaneously coordinated crowd management, directed bystanders to create a protective perimeter around the victim, and delegated responsibility for contacting security personnel to obtain additional medical support, including requesting an AED. Medical professionals who later attended to the patient confirmed that Jeanette's prompt intervention and properly executed CPR techniques were instrumental in preserving the man's life. Her ability to remain calm under pressure, extreme pressure, while applying life-saving techniques exemplifies exceptional presence of mind and professional conduct during a critical emergency situation. This instance serves as a powerful reminder of how proper emergency response training and decisive action can make the difference between life and death in unexpected circumstances.
We are so grateful for you, Jeanette, and to Josh for training your team, but this is our code enforcement officer. And I know we see her on the streets doing a lot of great work, but it just goes beyond what you do every day. And you are such an asset to us in Telluride and to the community. And I hope everyone hears this, and we're so grateful for you. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate all staff coming down to support her. That was great. But we're very proud of our team. So with that, I guess I'll get on to some boring stuff, I suppose. I will start us off with the manager's report here. From the communications team, just a reminder that we have our Town of Telluride merchant meetings. This will be the second bi-monthly Telluride merchant meeting, which will be held on Tuesday, April 8th. So again, we're going to be talking through some important things that are happening in Telluride and open the floor to our business community. So we encourage all of our business community to attend. For more information, go to bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS for short for meetings to find out more. Gondola station planning. So I know it has been discussed, but this is the Town of Telluride's gondola station planning. So beyond the SMARTS gondola replacement project, this provides us, our visitors, our residents to participate in a gondola station planning pop-up on Thursday. That's this Thursday, March 20th from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. This is a great opportunity to learn about the future of Telluride's gondola station and most importantly, share your input on the potential improvements. So town staff, as well as our project planners from Design Workshop will be on site to discuss ideas, answer questions, and gather community feedback. So more of that will be pushed through our communications team, but just giving everyone insight into that. Of course, we will have coffee and some pastries available for free. So we are bribing people to also come. So hopefully they will. Also, before spring break, we're going to re-engage with our Lift 7 neighborhood planning. We're continuing to seek community input on this project. This will be mainly our neighborhood and stakeholder meetings, but also the public will be invited to any of those meetings as well. And so that will be happening right before spring break at that first week of April. So we'll be pushing that as well. Sustainability. So in our manager's report, we're grateful that Darren and a handful of other of our sustainability regional folks from Eco Action Partners, and I believe the county, went to the Delta Compost to really gain insights on this large scale composting and waste diversion and understand how that is integrated into our efforts of what we're trying to accomplish here in Telluride. As well, from housing, just some more updates on our Canyonlands Tower House public-private partnership. We, of course, know that the financing closed on February 11th. The building permit was issued and the project is underway, and that completion date is for March 2026. And this is for hopefully about 28 to 29 rental units, 8 for sale, deed restricted units, and 3 free market units. Virginia Placer phases 2A and 2B. We have we're starting to value engineer or continuing our value engineering to optimize the project cost and feasibility. We do have, of course, the HARC approval is completed. The first reading of the COP of the finance happened on November 19th and the second on February 4th. This will hopefully be 9 units designated for town operational needs, and then as well for 2B 10 to 12 rental units to support our other workforce housing needs. Shandoka Phase 1, complete under warranty. And for phase 2, it is projected to be complete in November of 2025. And that is, of course, the refresh and remodel of 14 existing rental units and the expansion of about 2 or 3 to increase that capacity with the addition of 3 new studio rentals. Lot L we just discussed, and that work is continuing on. This will incorporate approximately 30 to 40 housing units and a parking structure of a feasibility of about 900, but we're going to be working through that with the design workshop and Christian Terrell, who are our architects. And we're continuing on with that engagement and working with them on a weekly basis right now to move that project forward, as well as just discussing the Lift 7 neighborhood project. For Voodoo Employee Rental Housing Project, we all know that this is complete and currently in the warranty period. And that consisted of 27 rental housing units and the commercial space, which is also in its tenant improvement construction. And we're about to hear a little bit more about the youth center here later on, which is taking over that shed near the free box space. Beyond that, from our clerk's department, summer vending. Summer vending applications are due March 14th. So hopefully you got those in, and the vending committee will meet on March 27th to grant summer permits. We have implemented the new licensing platform eProval, and it was a great success, and applications are now accepted online through that platform. Finance, we just put a little bit of blurb in there. We do have our sales tax and retail as well as our RET collections. We are still waiting on some reconciling to get us up to current, but we have more information now for November sales tax. As we can see, November has decreased 10% year over year from 2023, but lodging, short-term rentals, and the sales tax revenue has increased by 25%. Retail, food, and beverage sectors have experienced decline 22% and 28% respectively. If we do look at it more holistically, wherever I put that piece of paper, we are flat year over year through November right now. So sales tax, we might remain flat throughout the when we get December in, or maybe slightly above. And for RET, jumping over to our RET collections, we did very well for 2025. We were 54% over our budget. Right now, we are looking in 2025 for RET. We're already at 21% of our budgeted amount. We were up 27% in January over 2024 and down 38% for February. So we'll see how that continues. For Parks and Rec from facilities, the Hanley Pavilion, with the arrival of spring, all ice rinks are officially closed for the winter season. However, the sledding hill and the Nordic ski track will remain open as long as conditions allow. The temporary winter housing program is set to wrap up for the season on Sunday, April 13th. And looking ahead, the town park campground will open for the summer on May 16th, with online reservation booking windows now available on the town website. So the first booking window is May 16th through June 13th, and that opened 9 a.m. on April 22nd. For recreation, adult open gym programming will conclude for the season on March 25th. Meanwhile, the pavilion will be staying busy starting March 12th, hosting after-school practices for youth lacrosse and soccer clubs. Summer programming registration is currently open for youth baseball, swim team, and adult softball. And summer seasonal positions, come work with us. Parks and Rec is actively hiring for the summer season with opportunities available for both pool and maintenance staff. So please apply if you are interested. Public Works, Galloping Goose goes electric. So we're really excited. It just shows the town's commitment to our sustainable transit. And this month, we took that step forward by introducing our first zero-emission all-electric bus, which was officially entered into service on March 6th. During the gondola pop-up, we will also have a Touch-a-Bus event for the youth to double dip and have maybe some conversations about the gondola station, but also have a look at our new electric bus. This was funded through a grant award and really just marks that significant milestone. The regional wastewater treatment plant. So we've had significant infrastructure improvements are underway at the regional wastewater treatment plant. This is our current plant. So headworks in kind equipment replacement is in progress. We were replacing the grit chamber system, classifier, fine screen, and dry chemical feed system. We've also selected our contractor to install a redundant screw press, dewatering system, and enhancing operational efficiency. And the design team is finalizing plans for a laboratory renovation and preparing bid documents for the upcoming requests and proposals. And just as a reminder, from a bigger picture standpoint, a lot of these items are going to be useful in the new plant construction as well. While it's not all going to be able to transfer, that is the hope for a lot of these upgrades as we maintain our current plant during that work as well. From a streets and utility maintenance side, our 2025 mill patch and overlay program has been open for bidding. Public Works received a CDOT and CMAG grant for a future all-electric street sweeper and is awaiting official award confirmation. We are scheduled to begin April of 2025 to enhance the town's sewer infrastructure using trenchless technology. This is to reline the existing sanitary sewers connecting the town to the wastewater treatment plant. And this process really is to restore structural integrity to our sewer system while reducing inflow and infiltration. Accessibility ramps on Colorado Avenue between Aspen and Alder are set for installation starting mid-April 2025. The South Pacific Avenue project, which include the 10-foot sidewalk and right-of-way enhancements of Mahoney and Davis, is currently open for bidding. The Mahoney Bridge design is actively in progress. The Transit Addition project is undergoing environmental review by the FTA, and construction is scheduled to begin in April. And the South Fur Bridge project has been suspended due to high bid amounts and funding constraints. So Public Works is currently reassessing those options. And with that, I will take any questions that council may have.
Yeah, one quick question. If, in regards to the Canyonlands Tower House project, if there is an approved building permit, can you help me understand why we don't have an exact number of units that are going to?
We do. That was probably my mistake. We have the
Okay.
exact number. Sorry,
Okay.
Dan. Thank you for correcting me on that.
No problem. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Zoe.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm just forgetting this, but can you just expand a little bit on the Transit Addition project?
So this is the Public Works facility. This was something that was discussed and awarded via a grant, I want to say last year. This is
For the buses?
it expands the buses and the Public Works campus.
Great.
Yep.
I just couldn't remember what. that
Mhm.
was.
It's one of those projects grants are amazing, and this is just taking longer because we're working through some of the extra paperwork. Bureaucracy.
Great. Any other questions for Zoe? Zoe, thanks
Great.
so much for that.
And then
Detailed-
yeah, of course, Eddie. And I do think we have Stephanie online to give a little bit more of an update for some of her projects.
Oh, if she's, yeah, we'd love to hear it.
Is she online? Jess.
Good morning, council. Like, looks like I can't turn my video on, but I am just here if you have questions. I want to acknowledge Ryan McGovern, who's been the project lead for both the Shed Youth Hangout and the Warming Hut and Washstand facility in Town Park. He is on some much deserved time off this week, so I'm keeping tabs on both projects and here to answer any questions, but both projects are progressing well. The shed is mostly interior work at this point. And the Warming Hut and Washstand is both interior and exterior, and we are on schedule and within budget and hope to stay that way.
That's great. Stephanie, thank you so much for that and the detailed information in our packet. Does council have any questions for Stephanie? Stephanie, great job. Please pass it along to Ryan when he gets back, that we all send him his thanks for his efforts on this too.
Great. Thank you for the support.
That brings us to administrative report item 2B, and that is attorney's report. Kevin, do you have anything for us today?
I don't have anything, Mayor, to update on.
Great. That brings us to 2C, and since we skipped at our last meeting, we will definitely do council reports, and I will start with Ellen.
Yeah, I'll start with case. I had two meetings, or I have two meetings to report on. The February meeting, most of my notes were about the Planet Bluegrass event, and that feels like we've kind of moved forward from that. But yeah, the case board passed that 4-1 in case we didn't talk about the vote there. But then at the last meeting, we debriefed about the grant process. There were some concerns about new organizations getting disproportionately large funding amounts. We got some feedback about how funding can kind of be stretched farther for some of the smaller organizations. So in general, there was just a little dialogue around how the funding was allocated and sort of concerns about new organizations that were taking a bigger share of the funding. I think it was a discussion, so we didn't, nothing was changed, but it was a really good discussion to hear from the public and to hear, from the board itself about how they made those decisions. So that was a great conversation. The one thing I would highlight is that there is a new lacrosse tournament happening in mid-May. That's a new event on the calendar, so that's fun. And then I have some HARC reports. We did have a HARC retreat. Let's see, what are my highlights from that? We're talking about, trying to incentivize work sessions to make the process more efficient, because right now a lot of people come without work sessions, and so you have a lot of continuances, whereas you can have this back and forth dialogue in a work session. So we discussed that. We also discussed 3D models. They can be helpful, but they also create some issues with like, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for the clerk's department of keeping the information. If we have like an appeal hearing, it's hard to put a 3D model in a packet. So we talked a lot about, while we like that, it shouldn't be a requirement because it does kind of create some issues on the staff. What else? Those were the highlights. Yep, and we talked about having a public outreach seminar. So when staff has more bandwidth, we're gonna try and schedule something there. And then I had a regular HARC meeting. A lot of the homes that or actually all of the homes that we looked at are off of Pandora Road,
or sorry, Primrose, and in that Pandora Road area. And so like the new development, kind of next to the cemetery. And so that's being developed, it's a lot of the projects we're seeing are in that area. And the one that I would kind of mention is there's a lot that's on a downhill slope, and that's just proving to be an interesting lot to build on. There's a lot of challenges with that, and the steep lot design guidelines are generally written to address like uphill sloping. So it's just been an interesting challenge to interpret steep lot guidelines on a lot that's a downhill slope. So just kind of highlighting that as something that's a little bit of a concern, but that's all.
Awesome.
What's the difference?
It's nuanced, but the way that, you know, even with like massing, it's written so that it's from an approach of a downhill looking up. So when you have something that starts uphill looking down, a lot of the ways the guidelines are written are hard to apply. So yeah, it's just been interesting to kind of follow the dialogue around that.
Don't you just stand on a different road?
There is none.
Elena, thank you very much. We will go to Geneva for your council
Okay, great.
report.
Mostly, I just want to take this time to discuss the process that we're going through on the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee to reevaluate the deed restricted ownership guidelines, which we do every 2 years. And I know we've been talking about rental policies this year or this last year. We're going back to ownership. And this is going to be a process that takes many meetings, but for folks who are in the ownership program or looking to be, that have feedback about some changes that they'd like to see or want to see what we're discussing, we meet on the first Wednesday of the month at 9 a.m. And we are going to be putting together sort of a more simplified document to outline what some of these changes we're contemplating. Nothing hugely major, but things like potentially adding like radon mitigation for allowed capital improvements that can add value to the home. Also trying to utilize some of the beneficial rules that we've put in for rental qualifications that we want to also extend to our ownership program members. So our next meeting is going to be April 2nd. And then we plan to have these meetings through the summer until September is the target to have a final put together of these suggested changes to bring to council. So a long runway on this one, but we would love to get input early. I know people are going to be out of town for off season, but we're going to have at least 5 or 6 meetings about this. So if you have feedback, definitely reach out to one of us on the subcommittee, either by email or social media or whatever. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Geneva, thank you very much. Mian, do you have council reports for us?
I'm gonna have Ashley go through SMART. We did have a gondola subcommittee meeting yesterday that was suspended and will be occurring now on Friday. And also we have a leadership meeting next Monday as well. Zoe mentioned obviously gondola station planning. So I think for the most part, everything that I attended has sort of been covered will be covered in other reports.
Awesome. Thank you, Mian. Ashley?
Yeah, I will, because we didn't do them last time, I have to go back kind of far for SMART.
Yeah, no
But yeah, so basically SMART had a meeting on February 13th, which is kind of basic board meeting. We got we approved the MOU with San Miguel County for emergency services. So that again is going to be the utilization of the smart buses. If at any point there is a emergency that would need them in the county. We also have expressed interest because we do offer bus services to other counties, particularly Montrose County and Uray County, that we would want to explore getting similar contracts with them so that we could assist in emergency situations with our buses at Smart. More gondola discussions. There, we also talked about our a strategic operating plan, which was great. So that was forward looking. I would really encourage anybody who is interested in what kind of the planning and future of Smart looks like to take a look at that. It has tons of information. It was really great to look at and review. So that was adopted and approved. And then we got our just general operations report from Carrie DeStefano, which was also great. Probably the biggest point of discussion in that was talking about the new bus service to Montrose. That hasn't been as active as we had wanted. We kind of knew that maybe launching something in the middle of a season might not result in huge initial ridership because people get into their habits and stuff like that. So we're hoping that with continued marketing and discussion that will get more traction, that we get more people riding the buses from Montrose to Telluride, and that bus also does stop in Ridgeway. So please look at that. It is extremely affordable. It also, then you don't have to worry about parking or paying for parking. So I would just really encourage people to take a look at that. It runs during the week. There's plenty of information about it on Smart. There was also discussion about increasing the size of the vehicles of the bus services that are coming from Ophir. That has actually turned out to be popular, and that people, when those buses are overfilled, are not utilizing them. So the feeling was that if we used larger buses in those situations, that more people would be getting on them. So there was discussion about that. And not discouraging people from getting onto an already full bus. And then beyond that, we had some emergency meetings set up to try and get our agreement for a lift ticket fee with the Telluride Ski and Golf Company finalized. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get that finalized with them. So we are stopped working on that for the moment. And the town of Mountain Village is going to be working on a ballot issue tax measure for a lift ticket tax. So Smart has kind of stepped back from that for the moment. And I don't have any updates from Parks and Rec. We've obviously been hearing a lot about what's been going on with Parks and Rec, so I don't really have a lot to chime in on that. I feel like we're all getting tons of information from them. They're all doing a really great job. Can't wait to see all these new projects that are hopefully going to be completed really soon, which is exciting. And the museum had to postpone a board meeting, so I don't have a museum update. I do know that they were just launching their Daffodil Days. I don't know if that's sold out yet, but it's a really fun way to brighten your spring. It's a big fundraiser for them. So if you get a chance to buy daffodils, or if you already did, thank you very much. And that's it.
Ashley?
It's not right now.
It's not, public comment is after
After
lunch, and public is, that is 1 o'clock. Thank you. Dan, do you have anything?
Just a couple of things. I have some daffodils. They're wonderful. I fully support that, buying some of those. It's money well spent. They look beautiful at my house. No planning and zoning last month. That meeting was canceled, so no update there. There will be a meeting at the end of this month, so look for an update for that next month. The other update I have is the Ecology Commission. The big focus there is a revamping of the trash bash in the springtime. We had Communications Director Lindsay Mills at our meeting. She's doing a lot of work with the county to just get some good synergy on that event, to make it sort of a more cohesive regional event, and sort of how it's operated in the past, where it was kind of working together, but it was a little bit confusing for everyone. I think that nobody knew exactly where things are going. So this year there's going to be a bigger, more cohesive push between town, Mountain Village, and the county to just make it one larger, more collaborative event over the weekend of May 17th and 18th. The spring cleanup will be happening on May 18th in the town. I believe being hosted in Elks Park this year, where we will just be gathering everybody. There will be food, drink, and just a good community event and a good, easy way to give back, especially in the springtime as the snow melts. Lots of trash that has fallen out of pockets or been improperly discarded will be visible, and it's a good way to just help clean up. That is the same weekend now as the electronics recycling as well. More information will be coming out about that. And with that, there will also be a new push for bear awareness in the spring. The Fall Bear Awareness Week will still be happening, but the Ecology Commission felt like springtime when the bears are waking up and are often very hungry is a great time for a second push of bear awareness and making sure that everyone knows bears are out. Time to lock up trash cans. If you haven't been, you should lock up your trash cans 365, please. But making sure that people just get that friendly reminder that bears are out, take the necessary measures to keep bears safe. A fed bear is a dead bear. Other than that, Geneva covered the THA sub well. That is a big process. Definitely just want to get as much public input as early as possible on that. So I'll just renew that call. Anybody who lives in our deed restricted ownership program governed by the affordable housing guidelines, please get involved early. We want to hear your thoughts. Our next meeting, as Geneva said, April 2nd at 9 a.m. Please attend or contact any one of us subcommittee members prior, and we'd love to have your comments. That's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Great. Dan, Jesse Ray, do you have anything for us?
I do. We had open space. I can't get my video on, but that's okay. We had open space. We did consider it a request from Planet Bluegrass for festival camping, which we do every major festival. An area reach 1 of Bear Creek. Historically, we've been granting 400 people, 400 person campground areas. But I think this conversation kind of went into a direction that I really like, because it's part of our under open space. It's a conservation easement. And we began discussions about maybe decreasing that number just because we're working on the revegetation process, and really, camping is allowed on that, but none of our other open space areas. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes, but it did seem like a lot of the boards, the consensus was trying to figure out a way to decrease that number just to minimize the impact of the use of the campground zone 1 Bear Creek. We also continue discussions about the Valley Floor Area Reach 3 restoration project, just discussing things like, where we can source some gravel for capping tailings. And I learned that we can source like 500 square feet of gravel from the Bear Creek to San Juan River confluence, which is kind of a cool thing to do, utilize natural resources. We are continuing to work on the final draft of the Telluride Open Space Work Commission or Open Space Commission work plan. And I think we'll have that final draft to you guys pretty soon. We're just doing wordsmithing and things of that nature now. So we have vending next week, as Zoe mentioned, and I'll get you guys updated on that after it happens.
Great. Jesse Ray, thank you so much. I don't have much. The only thing I'll add is that working with Darren and Kenny at the Telluride Airport as GM is there seems to be some movement on sustainable aviation fuels with some other research and feasibility being done in other airports on the Western Slope like Aspen. And so we'll continue to try to push those opportunities onto the Telluride Airport for the pilots. Tiffany, do we have any related organization reports today? There are none. And then 2E, comment on payments. And of course, we want those provided by email. That brings us to item 3, appointments to boards and commissions. And 3A, the reading of board and commission vacancies. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following towns' boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, March 24th for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, April 1st, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. That gets us to agenda item number 4, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Maybe yes.
Jesse, oh,
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. And at a whopping 11:31, I think we're going to have to break for lunch because I
Well,
don't
I
see
did
any.
just text Ally, and for 8D, the resolution for the 2 Entrada units, she said if she's just printing a couple things and can come down there and we can knock that one out if you'd like before lunch.
Okay. Is it okay with the public that we do that out of order? That would be my only question.
I don't see why not.
It's not a public hearing item, so it can go earlier. And also, Mayor, I did realize I have something I can update council on for an attorney's report.
We will reopen the attorney's report while we wait for Ally, and we will do that.
Get a couple minutes. I was hesitant because I wanted to make sure, checking with our outside legal counsel on an issue, but I have been able to confirm. You may remember the litigation regarding the Coldstream Country Club out of Cincinnati, Ohio. A first complaint and then a second complaint actually naming certain town employees, including myself, certain town council members, and the town mayor in that litigation. I am happy to report that the January ruling in favor of the town dismissing the litigation, we are now past the 49-day appellate period where review would have to be sought at the Colorado Court of Appeals. So that matter is final. And the motion to dismiss is now a final order of the district court. So all of you are relieved, I'm sure, to know that the personal allegations against you also have been dismissed.
That's great to hear.
Yep.
Kevin, thank you very much for that update. And then we will move on to agenda item number 8, action items, and skip along to 8D. Ally, thank you very much for being flexible. And this is the consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, releasing the deed restrictions on 2 Entrada affordable housing units as beneficiary to the deed restrictions. Ally is in the hot seat to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. Just as a preliminary matter, you'll see on the agenda that this is under 2 headings. So 1 for Town Council to consider, and then second will go to THA for the THA Board to consider. That's because there are 2 beneficiaries under the deed restriction. Just as a little bit more background, there is no specific criteria for Town Council to consider as town to release this deed restriction, which is why you see a little bit more criteria in the THA memo for this matter, because there is specific criteria in the guidelines for the board to consider. So for this first matter, where we are acting as the town of Telluride as beneficiary to release this deed restriction, you'll see that this memo is pretty bare bones. As I said, there is no criteria. Just to go back a little bit more, you'll remember that we did have a work session at the last meeting at which you considered the possibility of removing the deed restrictions on units J and L at Entrada. Direction was given to staff at that meeting to move forward with this preparation, so resolutions to actually release those deed restrictions. staff does understand that that release of the deed restriction is contingent upon replacing those deed restrictions with a town employee unit deed restriction. So that will occur after this happens. If there you have any questions acting as town, please let me know. Otherwise, I have prepared a resolution for you, which does achieve this release for both units L and J at Entrada. And then we can move forward with the THA board meeting and discuss the criteria for removal as acting as that beneficiary.
Great. Ally, thank you very much. Council, are there any questions for Ally on this matter?
I
Ashley?
just have a question because on the agenda, as posted online, unless, oh, that's fine. Never mind. Ignore me. Never mind. Never mind. I was on the wrong day.
No
Got
problem.
really confused. Just kidding.
Any other questions for Ally on this consideration? Jesse Ray, I'll double check with you. It is an action item. Is there anybody in the room?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yeah, I don't
No
have any
problem.
questions.
Okay. Since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this? I don't see any. And Tiffany, are there any hands raised? Okay, unless there's any other further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion on this.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the release of deed restrictions on 2 Entrada affordable housing units known as Entrada L and J as beneficiary to the deed restrictions, and direct town staff to record a release and replace these deed restrictions with a new deed restriction identifying these units as town employee units upon their next sale or other transfer.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ally, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Zoe or Kevin, do you see anything else we can move?
Well, do
or-
we want to move to THA
Yeah.
or?
Problem with that is it's separately agendized and it's a separate governmental entity under Colorado law and it's set for 2:00.
We do the executive sessions,
Right, we can, yeah, we can do one of
or at
them.
least do the first one.
Thoughts? Yeah, fine.
If
Yeah,
you think you can, yep.
in 20 minutes, sure.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks,
so
Kelly.
we'll pick up THA in the afternoon.
Probably do 11.
Okay, we are going to bounce around in our Town of Telluride Town Council meeting today, and we are going to, I'm going to ask for a motion to move into executive session to discuss just 11A, down payment assistance MOU. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy,
Jesse Ray,
yes. Kevin, just technically, does Jesse Ray get to vote on that since
She-
he's not here?
She gets to vote.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Okay, she just can't join. Okay, great. We will now move towards into the green room chambers. The time is now 12:12 PM and the executive session has been concluded for agenda item 11A. The participants in the executive session were
Zoe Danell?
Ellen 11.
me and Fee
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan and Ray.
Kevin Geiger.
and Geneva Shawnette. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F, the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is lunch break. We are going to reconvene after our delicious lunch break and restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is 1:01 p.m. Item number 5 on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. If you have public comment, whether you're online or in the room, you will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? I would ask you to please pick one of those 3 lovely microphones and state your name and where you live for the record.
Sure. My name is Cami Nichols and I live in Cimarron in the condos at the base of Chair 7. And I'm here to give council an update on the Chair 7 Community Coalition, which was organized in response to the proposed Chair 7 development plans. We've recently posted a survey on the site. This is also an opportunity for anybody in the listening audience who may not have heard of us or found us yet to look it up. It can be found at c7cc.org. And again, that's Chair 7 Community Coalition. We've got a link now to a survey. We've had over 100 responses so far to our survey. And I think nearly 60% of responders are registered local voters. So we've got a lot of local respondents, which is great. And we're keeping it open because we're hoping to get more. We really want to hear from the community as a whole about their thoughts. And again, there's lots of information at c7cc.org. We're happy to share the results of the survey. We've shared with our members already, and we'll keep updating them as we get feedback. But about 90% of the people that have responded appear to be, have responded favorably in terms of our overall goals, which are to keep the zoning in the area as it is. We think the town can accomplish its affordable housing goals without zoning changes. We think that open space can be preserved, and we're concerned about traffic from the proposed parking garage. So again, it's c7cc.org. We've gotten over 100 responses. We want more. We have more than that in terms of membership. So if folks haven't responded to the survey yet, we would encourage them to do so. And again, we'll share the results as they come in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment in the room and look online to see if we have anybody else.
Not seeing any hands raised online.
Okay, great. Seeing no one online with their hands raised, we will be closing public comment for this meeting. That brings us to agenda item 6, presentations and proclamations. 6A, introduction of a new water and wastewater utility administrative assistant, Sydney Roop, and we have Amy Martell here to introduce. And yes, you do. Everyone has to come up.
We have 2 new staff to introduce today. So as the Water Wastewater Division Manager, I'm pleased to introduce Sydney Roop as our new Utility Administrative Assistant for the Water Wastewater Division. A proud resident of Telluride for the past 10 years, Sydney has always been deeply invested in our community and is excited to contribute to its continued growth and success. When she's not tending to her beautiful garden or enjoying the great outdoors, you can often find Sydney on the mountain skiing. Her connection to the land and her appreciation for the environment make her a perfect fit for our team. With a wealth of experience in various administrative roles and a solid background working with the town, Sydney is poised to make an immediate impact in this newly created position. She will be instrumental in improving customer service and helping to streamline the operations of our water and wastewater division. She will play a key role in technical data entry to help streamline and enhance our backflow program, our pretreatment and water meter programs. Through clear communications with the public, Sydney will work to ensure that these programs are both effective and accessible to all residents. We are thrilled to have Sydney join us and look forward to seeing the positive changes she will bring to the division. Please join me in welcoming her to her new role.
Thank you very much.
Sydney would like to say something.
I just want to say something really quick. I want to say thank you, Amy, for the thoughtful introduction. Hello, Mayor Erico and Town Council members. I just want to quickly say that I'm excited to be back on the Team Telluride, working for the Water and Wastewater Treatment Division. It's an honor to continue my career in public service and to contribute to the well-being of the residents of the town of Telluride. Thank y'all.
And I'd also add that we do have a second position that Amy is going to introduce, and that is Anna James in Lab Tech and Operator. So we will go to that.
So we are also excited to introduce Anna James. She's the newest member to our team as a lab tech / operator for water and wastewater systems. Like Sydney, Anna is a longtime resident of Telluride, and we are thrilled to have someone so deeply connected to our community joining us in this important role. Anna is an avid mountain biker with a true passion for the environment, and her love for the outdoor drives her commitment to preserving the natural resources that make our town so special. With a strong desire to contribute positively, she's eager to take on the not so glamorous tasks that are often essential but overlooked, ensuring that our water and wastewater systems continue to operate efficiently and safely. Her enthusiasm for learning and growth in this field makes her a perfect fit for this role, and we are confident that she will bring a fresh energy, dedication, and a local's perspective to her work. We look forward to seeing all that she can accomplish in her new position. So please join me in welcoming Anna to the team.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Amy, thank you so much. Item 6B for presentations and proclamations. Introduction of a new street maintenance tech, Jared Lilly, and we have Lynn White here. And we were going to make you both go step up and embarrass yourselves.
Well, I'd like to introduce a brand new street tech for Public Works Department. He's already applying, going to move up to operator, get his CDL license. Jared Lilly. I did not write a speech, so now I'm really feeling bad. But he so far he's been with us for a little while, and he's just doing a great job, and he's moving right along. So he's already learned his way around town, plowing with all the small stuff. So moving right along. Jared Lilly.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Welcome.
That brings us to item number 7. Public hearing. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing extension of water service, San Miguel County Park, known as the Mill Creek County Park parcel, and authorizing the waiver of certain town water tap fees associated with the extension of water service to the county park. This is continued from January 14th, 2025 and February 25th, 2025. And we have Kevin Geiger to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger, Town Attorney. I'll be presenting on agenda item 7A. This will seem familiar to you because you did consider this and you passed it on first reading at your December meeting. It was then continued to January 14th and then again to February 25th. And as you indicated, both of those hearings were opened and continued to the date of today. So I know you're familiar with this. I did have a brief presentation when we had this on first reading. And if you'll indulge me, I'll just make sure that we're all on the same page for this matter going to second reading, since it's been since December that you actually considered this issue on its merits. And just to remind you, there are a number of provisions in the applicable legal documents that govern the town of Telluride that have application to the extraterritorial service of water or sewer. Extraterritorial meaning outside the town boundaries. And one of the most important is Article 13 of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, which along with the municipal code provisions does give you the authority to extend municipal utilities outside of town boundaries at terms and under conditions that you deem appropriate. The municipal code also has a companion provision that any authorization for extraterritorial service, in this case, we're only talking, by the way, about water. We're not talking about sewer service, just water service. But if it's going to occur, it has to occur by an ordinance approved by the town council. It also has to be evaluated by the manager and the Planning and Zoning Commission, who are both required to submit their conclusions and a recommendation to the Telluride Town Council, which we'll discuss in just a little bit here. There's also companion provisions under the Land Use Code and also under Colorado law, generally under Title 31. Normally, extraterritorial service does require either annexation or a pre-annexation agreement. It can be waived by the town council, which is what you're looking to do today. Just a little orientation on the site. Here's an aerial view. You see Colorado Avenue, also known as the Highway 145 spur, in center focus. We are talking right about the center of this picture, depicted in red. That's about a 1.1 acre parcel that the county owns. They've received it as part of the development approvals associated with the north side of the valley floor development and PUD approvals at the county level. It is a site dedicated to and restricted to park purposes, and it sits just across the highway and a little bit west of the Shell gas station. A little bit of a closer view of that aerial. And some of you may know some work has been occurring out there. There are picnic tables. I believe the site's been cleared of some vegetation and undergrowth as well. And what we're looking at here, just to set the stage for your consideration today, 2 requests have been forthcoming from the county. One is to provide domestic water supply to this parcel outside of the corporate boundaries of the town of Telluride. And again, you know that that needs to be done by ordinance after the ordinances and the charter provisions we just went through. And then the other is a request to waive the applicable tap fee for the water service to the county parcel. Again, about 1.1 acre parcel, strictly just for park purposes, can't be used for affordable housing, can't be used for commercial use. The anticipated uses for the county, I know we had representatives at the last meeting. I'm not sure if they're prepared or maybe they're online to talk about it today, what they have planned for the site, but it is really limited to landscaping features and irrigation water to support landscaping features, and then some limited domestic supply uses, such as drinking fountains, a water bottle fill station, and then a dog water station. Porta potties, not set for any sort of improved plumbing or bathroom facilities, just porta potties and domestic drinking water. The conditions, and you'll find these in the ordinance that is before you. The county must purchase a water meter. They are responsible, will be responsible for all monthly water charges, even though the tap fee is being waived. This is a new one, and this is one of the reasons that we continued this matter from the January meeting and the February meeting and are bringing it back now. We wanted to have some additional discussions with the county, who wanted some clarity on provisions dealing with both the electrical service to the Mill Creek County Park parcel, along with the pressure reducing valve. The acronym we use on that is PRV. What we've worked out is that now both the town in Colorado Avenue, west of Mill Creek Road, will have a pressure reducing valve, along with the county having their own pressure reducing valve actually on the site of the park parcel. Each side will be responsible for the installation and the cost of their own pressure reducing valve. There will be a transformer that is needed, electrical service that's needed to serve the county parcel. They will install that transformer at their own cost, but the town has the ability to utilize the transformer and install our own separate electric power meter if we need it, and to draw electricity at our own cost and expense for our PRV, which will be located in the Colorado Avenue right of way. So slight difference. I also provided to you a red line version in your packet materials. You should have received a memorandum, a clean version of the ordinance, and then a red line version. And in that section 2 of the red line, you should be able to discern the distinct changes that have been made as to these discrete points on the PRV and also the electricity being brought out to serve the site. Finally, let me mention one other thing. Because we believe that the county will be taking a water service line from the town PRV, we also needed to include the ability to have an easement agreement or a license agreement. We'll decide which way we want to structure it after talking to the county. But they may need an easement to get from the town PRV, which is west of Mill Creek Road, into the Mill Creek right-of-way, which is a public road right-of-way. So one of the things that we added is you're authorizing the conveyance of either an easement agreement or a license agreement to the county to get their water service line back to the parcel. And then finally, I mentioned this before, the code does require that the manager, Ms. Donnell, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission, they have to review the application for extraterritorial service, and they have to offer a recommendation and a conclusion of what they are recommending on this extraterritorial application for water service. Both the manager and the Planning and Zoning Commission did review this matter toward the end of 2024, and they both have affirmatively recommended that you approve this application. So I believe that's enough of an overview to get the discussion moving forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much for that. Any questions from council? Ashley?
I guess maybe I just was confused, but I remembered when we were first talking about this, that part of this PRV installation, that was the stuff that the county was going to take care of for us in order, that was kind of the trade-off for us waiving the tap fees. But now it seems like from what I'm reading in the red line and what has been presented is that no, now they're just going to do their own PRV. We are going to have to do our own PRV, and we're going to waive the tap fees for them. Unless I'm confused by that, I don't like us waiving tap fees, especially considering that the purpose of tap fees are to replace your aging infrastructure, and that's how you build up that reserve in order to replace infrastructure. We are severely deficit on that, as we know. And it seems like the trade-off that we had initially negotiated for the waiving of the tap fee seems to have gone away.
So I'll jump in. I don't think Kyle's on, but the town would have to put the PRV in regardless. So whether they move forward with Mill Creek or not, there's a mutual beneficial relationship between the PRV and the transformer. I think the clarity from the staff perspective was that they would always have to put a PRV in for their use, and the town was going to be putting a PRV in for our use, again, regardless of this piece. The transformer will be beneficial for us into the future as well. So whether we do waive it or not waive it, that expense has always been something that we have been looking to do. But I do understand, so I think if you're looking for a piece of infrastructure that they're going to be assisting us with, it would be the transformer aspect at this point.
So the transformer is the give for their get of the waiving of the tap fee.
And they've always had the stance too of, if they have a water fountain, that would be for those that are biking or being near the town open space with the valley floor and going up to the bike, so that there would be some mutual beneficial aspects there as well.
Well, I mean, our town is situated in the county, so of course there's to say that it's like the town wouldn't somehow utilize that. I guess I'm just kind of struggling because I know like that they're not currently in negotiations to be partners with us on wastewater treatment plant authority and stuff like that. So to me, I'm just trying to make sure that we see equal benefit in waiving tap fees. And I am not, with the current iteration, less inclined. That's all. But I can be persuaded, but I just need to hear that the waiving of the tap fee we feel is an equitable, because now it sounds like we have to put the PRV in no matter what. That's so there's no benefit to us in my mind.
They'll be sharing the cost of some of the easement. I can't remember what the other pieces are in there.
We'll do a cost share on the.
Kyle is online if he wants to add.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. Nozo, you are accurate on what you stated. Just a little more facts behind it is, yes, you are correct. The PRV is necessary. By installing the PRV at the bottom of Mill Creek, we're gonna have a huge benefit by lowering the pressure and not seeing the 300 plus PSI all the way to Lawson. And that way we could potentially actually remove a PRV that's located at Lawson. So that's something we have to do regardless of the park. But then the benefit for us is to tie onto that transformer. Otherwise, we'd have to install an additional transformer within the right of way to pull power as we're trying to have the telemetry connected to this PRV so we can remotely access and introduce it into our SCADA. That way we can operate it remotely and not have to have an operator attend to it all the time when we need to make adjustments. So that's kind of my perspective is the trade is if we didn't use their transformer, we'd have to install a separate one within our right of way.
Great. Thank you, Kyle, for that addition to the discussion. Ashley, do you have any further questions or comments? Any other questions from council for Kyle or Zoe or Kevin?
I think just to just clarify Ashley's point though, do we know what the cost of the transformer is versus what the tap fees that are being waived are? Kyle?
We have not, because we were going to tie in the transformer. I mean, that's a valid question. At this time, I do not know what the cost would be. Some of the issues with transformers, just the long lead time, which could be up to 24 months. And I don't know if the county has already purchased this transformer to help expedite, but that is a valid question to understand what the cost for the installation and the transformer itself would be. And then, of course, splitting the cost of the easements to compare it to what a tap fee would cost. I think that's something we could easily perform, that estimate.
Great. Thank you for that. Dan?
It's okay. Go ahead.
Mine's on a slightly different topic. If we're ready to move on, it's simply an comment around the acceptable uses of the water supply. As you all know, there's the proposal for a bike skills park in here. As an avid mountain biker, I can tell you when you're building those, you have to irrigate those elements to get them to compact and stay good. And I just see that that's not included in the list of acceptable uses. So I would just recommend that we add a note saying irrigation of garden elements and bike skills park or something to that effect, because they're going to need to do.
Landscaping is encompassed in that.
That's a fair question, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know if I would consider a bike skills part of the garden elements, which is how it's currently phrased, but
I wouldn't consider it landscaping.
Bike garden.
bike garden. Just trying to cover our bases a little bit. And that one's small and easy, hopefully.
Okay, that's great. Any other further questions from council? Kevin?
I should have mentioned one other thing, Mayor, in my conclusion of my presentation. This is now set for a second reading, but given the extensive changes, or we feel fairly extensive changes, not just a word here or a word there, that have come to pass between your first reading in December and now in March, we're recommending that this be approved if you would like to move forward on second reading, but also set for a third reading at your April 1st meeting.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, do we think that we can get the cost comparison that Mian was talking about for the transformer and the tap fees? Could we get that?
I have an estimate already for the tap fees from when I went to planning and so.
Yeah, we had that. That's right.
How much was the tap fee?
I have to, let me.
I think it was 30 to 40,000.
Yeah, something, it was exact. I was 36 was the number I
Yeah.
had in my mind.
I've got my notes upstairs on that
Yeah.
issue. If you want me to grab them,
I'm just,
or we could bring it back.
I don't have the comparison of it.
yeah, I feel like it's like,
Unless you already know, Kyle, is it more than 36,000? Like, what is it?
No, yeah, no, I can work on that right now. I can get a hold of SMPA and get a quick estimate on the transformer itself. And then I can work with a third party contractor just for installation. And, for you to be able to do that comparison, I can start working on that.
It sounds like if we bring that back for third reading,
We can
you
review
just
it.
want the information, it sounds like.
That's right.
Yeah.
So would you then, I have to take public comment still, but if we were thinking along the lines of making a motion, we just add that condition to it? Okay.
Sure. And then if Mr. Enright's condition would like to be added as well, I don't view that as being substantive. I think that's just a clarification, and that would be in section A to add a third point that the water could be used for, if needed, sculpting, what would you say, maintaining the bike features, like bike park features?
Yeah, building and maintaining, I think is appropriate.
Very good.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that that's a super light water use. So I think calling it out would be important because it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will also just mention, some of the aspects of the water tap fee as well was that the usage was to diminish over time. Like the landscaping, they just wanted it to really help settle some of those pieces. So a lot of the uses that they have there, like I mentioned, will minimal or diminishing. So this would be a change.
They'll have to pay for it, so
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah.
judge what's.
Right.
And
Right for them.
I think that would be the same circumstance. A lot of
Yeah.
upfront when you're
Mhm.
building it and then much lower in the future just for annual maintenance.
Yeah.
Before I open it up to public comment, are there any other council questions or discussion points? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this public hearing item? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online with their hand raised? No. There are none. So unless we have further discussion on this agenda item, I would entertain a motion, and please keep in mind that you can choose the motions recommended in the packet or make those changes as recommended by council if you see fit.
I mean, is it okay if we take a quick straw poll beforehand? I'm okay proposing the motion as presented today. I don't know that I need more analysis about that. I don't think it's,
So you're okay with it if a transformer costs $10,000 and we would lose a $60,000 tap fee? I just want to clarify.
I think the community benefit of having more communal open space, more a community park outweighs that amount of the price range in my mind. I don't envision the price difference being much greater than the range.
I don't know. I don't
Can I
know.
quickly step in because Tammy ran down and gave me a little bit more information
Great.
and reminded me. So this is a very interesting dynamic for our tap fee schedule. We don't necessarily have public parks because usually it's in the town of Telluride and it's the town of Telluride's park and we don't have tap fees. So this is something that's not necessarily specifically called out in our schedule. So we would count it as a commercial tap fee. And with that, it would be the base rate of around 20,000.
How much?
20,000.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not, I can be persuaded to vote for it. I feel like when it was originally presented, it was with different terms that were like presented in a way that we were getting equal benefit. And now that seems to be pulled away. But I would support it if we can show that both parties are benefiting equal. I don't think that our community lacks for access to public spaces or lacks for access to, outdoor recreation. It is great. We all love it. But again, I just want to make sure that as we decide to give up these things, that we feel like it's equitable for our constituents and what our needs are.
And Kevin, we're going to read this a third time anyway, right?
That is,
So
but that's true, but we don't want to have additional changes between second and third, otherwise then you'd have a fourth reading.
So then I think we have to if we want to know that information, then we better put that additional information in the motion if that's how people feel. And I think it's a fair question. I agree with Dan, but I also agree with the fiscal responsibility and making sure that at least we know what we're giving if we decide to give for the park use like Dan suggests, or if we say that's not fair and move on. I mean,
And I'll reiterate again that we don't have, we would be putting this in the commercial bucket, but this is not a commercial use. It's not getting any sort of revenue from this space. So if we were to move forward in a different capacity, it might be additional process to relook at tap fees for this use that we don't have traditionally or have precedent for as well.
it's a pretty rare request. I mean,
Yeah.
if we want to go back to Dan's idea of a straw poll to say, are we good with it? Or do we want it with the changes? I'm good with 2 and then motion and go.
I'm fine with it as is with Dan's suggested amendment. I feel like we're not talking about $100,000. We're talking about a smaller amount of money that we'd be waiving. And I like having collaborative things like this to point to down the line when we're going to be really asking some of our other partners to be going in on things together with us to be able to say, look, we've worked together on this thing. So I see your point, but I'm not worried in this specific situation about giving away too much on the tap fees.
I would say also to your point, that's really interesting. I know that there's a county meeting tomorrow
very specifically to talk about the wastewater treatment plant, and there are some county lands that have been up for discussion in that that context. And I think, to Geneva's point, I think maybe just tying a bow around all of that could be really helpful for all of us. So
I don't want us to get into the habit of we are going to do something that would be negative to, I don't like the transactional nature of that. I think that we should be looking at each project, and the county should be looking at each project at what does that benefit cause, or whatever the negatives or benefits are of each individual project, not on what did they give us last week or what are they going to give us tomorrow. So
I'm saying that they're actually kind of tied together for what the utilization is for biking specifically. So there's a trail access. That's not up for discussion right now, but
again, we're talking about
it.
We're talking about a park at Mill Creek, and then we're going to talk about
Okay.
potential. I'm not opposed to doing this. I just don't want us to make a decision based without, we weren't told what the transformer cost and then what the tap fees cost were. It sounds like now we know the tap fees are about 20,000. I agree. We weren't talking about waiving $100,000 tap fee or something like that. So I feel better now that we know that it's 20,000 for the tap fee. And I'm assuming that transformers aren't $50. It's probably going to be in the tens of thousands range as well. So I'm hoping that that's where that number comes back with. Now that we have a number, I feel much more comfortable. It would have been great to have the transformer cost as well. The pressure relief valve is what it is because we were going to have to do that regardless. So those are both kind of null points at the point. So back to the straw poll, I'm comfortable if feeling that even though we don't know what the transformer cost is, that working together on that and waiving $20,000 tap fee feels okay. I would not have felt comfortable not knowing at all what the tap fee was, or if the tap fee was very, very large in this case, I don't know if I would have been comfortable waiving it.
That makes sense.
Yep, and I'm comfortable with it. And, even based on how far we've made it on the straw poll, I mean, I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, I haven't weighed in, but I'm comfortable with it all. It doesn't feel like a crazy significant amount of money to pay, and I think there's a huge community benefit, and they're partners that we work with a lot. So yeah, I see the benefits.
Okay, I can make the motion since I proposed
Sure.
An amendment to it. I move to approve on second reading and refer to a third reading, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing extension of water service to the San Miguel County Park known as the Mill Creek County Park parcel, and authorizing the waiver of certain town tap fees associated with the extension of water service to the county park, with an amendment to the ordinance at section 2, sub A, including a new subsection 3 stating an acceptable use of the town's domestic water supply shall be
Building
and maintaining.
Thank you. Building and maintaining the Bike Skills Park, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on third reading at the town council meeting on April 1st, 2025.
We have a motion. Kevin, one thing that I've requested the public comment on this, and so I don't think I need to reopen that after our discussion.
No, I don't think you do.
Okay,
I
I just
didn't hear-
want to clarify that 100%.
Yeah, I didn't hear a second to the motion.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I wanted to interrupt before
Pardon
we
me.
got further.
All right, sorry.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Geneva. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Meehan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Jesse, Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 8, action items, and 8A, consideration of a revocable encroachment permit, Rep 25-02 for Bruno Prager to maintain an encroachment consisting of a retaining wall in the Columbia Avenue right-of-way and a portion of an historic shed in the East Pandora Avenue right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 421 East Columbia Avenue and known as Lot 6, Block 16, East Telluride Edition, Town of Telluride. We have Kathy Knight in the hot seat to present.
Good afternoon, Mayor Erico and council. I have another revocable encroachment permit for you to consider today. This one was brought to our attention because the property is in the process of sale. Oh, I did forget to mention Chris Hawkins is here online as the applicant representing the owner of the property. So just so you're aware of that. So this property is in the process of a sale, and the current owner wishes to get these encroachments covered with the permit before the property transfers. This is one of the historic homes that we have up on Columbia with a retaining wall in the front yard, as many of those historic homes have. It does go onto our right of way by as much as 6 inches in one location and as few as 2. It kind of is crooked. That's been in existence, as far as I can tell, possibly since the original house was built. It is stated clearly by the applicant in their application that if there's any sort of HARC application or building permit for this property, they will address and remove the retaining wall back onto their property at that time. And there is also a historic shed in the backyard that does go into our right of way as well. They did indicate they would move that if possible at the time of an application, but I would leave that for HARC to assess. The neighboring house recently got a revocable encroachment permit for a similar shed. However, that shed's kind of built into the physical hillside, so it likely will never be relocated fully onto their property. I'm not sure if the case is the same for this particular shed. I did include some photos in your packet of that retaining wall and the shed. And my staff's recommendation is move to approve this revocable encroachment permit. And
great.
That's it.
Kathy, thank you so much. I will open it up to questions. I have one to start.
Sure.
If we decide to allow this, to vote for this revocable permit, is there something that we need to address with the adjacent owner of the house at 415 East Columbia? Because if you look at that map, it looks like that retaining wall,
continues in front of
you
their
know,
property.
it's just a little weird because that retaining wall goes onto to front their property. That's also on our property.
Right.
And I don't know if that should be, you know, kill two birds with one stone here, or that's a completely different issue and ignore it. I just don't know. But that was the only thing that jumped out to me in this application.
Right. It does appear on the map that they're kind of one and the same retaining wall. When I looked at it, they're actually slightly separated. It's a little bit different style rock. So I think they're two separate structures. So I don't think it's one long retaining wall across the two properties. It appears they're two separate structures. The neighbor to the east also at one time had a similar stacked rock retaining wall, and they've kind of redone their yard, removed the retaining wall. Other houses along this stretch of Columbia have just replaced it with newer materials and moved the retaining walls back onto their property without any significant impact to the neighbors' retaining walls. So if you walk along this particular portion of Columbia, you'll see a whole mixture of new retaining walls, these historic looking retaining walls, and no retaining walls at all. And they all seem to be coexisting quite well.
Got it.
That kind of illustrated in this photo so the first photo below the site plan where you can see it steps up. Oh,
Yes.
And
Yep.
so it's like
Yep. Oh,
that one.
Yes, correct.
So yeah, there's like that is the other owner's retaining wall. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And that's stake in the ground is their property corner. So I guess that's a little more than 6 inches right there, but
It looks like on the plans, it's more like a foot.
Yeah.
I think it has it.
so.
It says 1 foot witness.
Did it
I think
say-
it's
okay.
1 foot. But I have a question just about the process for these revocable
Mhm.
permits. It seems like these permits are being given when people are seeking them out, and it's not necessarily the town telling people that they need to get the revocable permit. Is that kind of true?
That has been the approach that the town's been taking
Okay.
rather than actively
Telling
going
people,
around and
say
yeah.
you're encroaching. So
Mhm.
in that, this came about because of the sale of the property.
Correct.
So I'm sure they got a survey
Mhm.
and they noticed that this property their wall is overhanging onto the right of way. So now they're coming as part of the transfer of that property to get the revocable permit. They're
Mhm.
not proposing at this time any sort of major renovations. Is that correct? This is just for the sale, transfer of the property.
That is correct.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions for Kathy? Seeing none, I will open up any questions because this is an action item of the public. Is there anyone in the room for public comment on this item? Seeing none, Tiffany, do we have any hands raised online?
Chris Hawkins, who looks like he'd like
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, council. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to clarify that, typically when these encroachments get removed, it's with a small scale or large scale HARC application. The new owners, I don't know their intent, honestly, if they're planning on that or not. So I'm not, relative to any threshold of moving either the wall or the shed, hopefully that can be tied to either submitting a small scale or large scale HARC application, and it doesn't tie up any minor applications that future owner might like for like change of, fixing windows or whatnot like that. That's my only clarification. Really appreciate the town's help on this and here to answer any questions you might have. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Is there anybody else with their hand raised, Tiffany? I would ask council if you have any other questions for Chris or Kathy. And if not, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a revocable encroachment permit for Bruna Prager to maintain an encroachment consisting of a retaining wall in the Columbia Avenue right-of-way and a portion of a historic shed in the East Pandora Avenue right-of-way for the benefit of the property generally described as 421 East Columbia Avenue and known as Lot 6, Block 16, East Telluride Edition, Town of Telluride.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Trustee Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Kathy, thank you very much. That brings us to action item 8B, approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado, and the town of Telluride, Colorado concerning noxious weed management and control services. And we have Tara Ogren here to present.
Good afternoon. So every year, the county, specifically Julie Kolb, will spray and use herbicides on our Highway 145, the spur. She'll start around Society Turned. She will extend the spraying in the right-of-way to the Idorado mine. She will collaborate with town staff on whether areas like the Beaver Ponds need it at Town Park. She also goes up Mill Creek Road. So this interlocal agreement captures that. It has a not to exceed cost of about $3,500. And then just for reference, our 2024 invoice was less than 1,000. So it does vary, but it has that cap. And in general, she notifies us a few weeks in advance. So she'll give us that general week of spraying. She won't be able to hone in on the day, just due to weather changes. But this gives us a chance to put it in the paper and let everyone know. She also posts signs, so she lists the date, the time, and the chemical used. So that's the information that will be on the sign. She does not spray when the wind is above 10 miles per hour. And she does not spray, in anticipation of a rain event. So it's going to be dry and not windy when she's spraying. So I just wanted to give you a background on that. And I'm just going to share my screen. I'm just going to show you the top two or three herbicides, invasive weeds that are targeted. So it's mainly the oxeye daisy flower and the yellow toad flax are ubiquitous here as far as invasiveness. So if you see those on the river trail, that's one area, Julie's not gonna get to. Some of our other small right-of-way, she won't be getting to. The Canada thistle, so that's a ubiquitous invasive weed. So those are the top three that we are trying to target through this interlocal government agreement. And I believe Kevin and Tiffany and team worked to make this more or less a five-year contract so that it can more or less renew without council approval. And that's all I have for now, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Tara, thank you so much. Are there any questions from council for Tara? Seeing none, and that this is an action item, is there anyone in the room for comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised?
Yes. Douglas Tooley.
Okay.
Douglas.
Great. Doug, you should be unmuted.
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Okie dokie. This is a smaller item, but it's significant. It's one of those details of running our communities in accordance with our values. The application of pesticides for roadside weed control is a necessary action. It will never be completely avoided. However, there may be ways believe there are ways of substantially mitigating that. There is an additional cost, but with any proper planning, cost is a consideration in that planning effort. So, can you seed an area that has been invaded with a native species so you don't need to reapply? It's a higher initial cost. The Natural Resources Director for the county, Star Jameson, has some experience with that, and we have discussed that in specific application to the Village Court property, the Village Court Apartments property. And I'm not sure we did as much as we could, but we did what we could. She's no longer a resident here at this facility, but that is a discussion that has started. And if somebody at the town wanted to further it, we could probably do so easily. Thank you.
Douglas, thank you very much for your comment. Tiffany, is there anybody else online with their hands raised?
But Jessie Ray does have her hand raised.
Okay, great. Jessie Ray, if you'd like to add something.
Yeah, I guess just from everything that I've learned being on Open Space Commission, I'm pretty anti-pesticides. I think everybody knows that. And, along roadsides are generally where we see like high volumes of kids playing and animals playing. It's where our bike paths and everything are. So I guess I'm just curious as to whether or not the county has explored more holistic and natural ways for this weed mitigation. Back to Open Space Commission, like it's kind of one of our big main focuses is naturally trying to do weed mitigation, whether it's hand pulling or the goats or things of that nature. So I guess I'm just wondering if this is the easy way out for the county or if they have tried to explore other avenues.
Jesse Ray, thank you for that. Is that, we'll let Tara chime in.
Sure. Thanks. I just wanted to round out the presentation by saying, yes, the interlocal agreement is more or less continuing on with the status quo. And I am just reading up on that. Roundup is no longer used. I'm on the county's website for the pesticide quick links. So they have a lot of good information. They also have some education on why noxious weeds need to be eliminated. But also to round it out, internally, we used to spray other areas in town, but we were thinking of contracting out for services such as what Douglas mentioned, where we would have this contractor utilize the Telluride Meadow Mix, okay, to try to reestablish some of these native competitive plants. So that would be an internal effort where we could have someone also target the invasive weeds in town. And it doesn't have to be through spraying, but it certainly would involve removal of some of these invasive weeds and then planting, like I said, the Meadow Mix to try to get the competitive species to come up. I heard that it was quite difficult, that it is quite difficult to reestablish the vegetation in the right of ways. But we'll keep trying. They're just impacted by cars so much. So we'll just have to keep an eye on those on the Highway 145 right of way. Other than that, I'm happy to do a little more research. But yes, this is a carryover from previous years to do this interlocal agreement.
And I guess another question is, historically, it's been an annual agreement, and this is the first time you would extend it for 5 years?
Yes, I believe so. And Kevin, would you mind speaking to that? Because I wasn't privy to that change, but that's how I took it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So actually it was a suggestion, I believe, of the mayor at a prior agenda meeting that rather than having this come up every year, maybe we should put a clause in there that it's what we would call it's annually renewed. It's not a 5-year term. It just will annually renew unless either party terminates. We did put a provision in there too that we understand payment or the hourly fee might be adjusted, but that could be adjusted in writing between the parties for each subsequent year. Again, under the condition that there have to be lawful funds that are appropriated through the budget process for this activity, which is usually not a problem. So that was a suggestion. I think it's actually a good one. It was received with favor from the county. So you do see that under the term, which I believe is in section 1 of the document, section 3 of the document provided.
Thank you for that clarification, Kevin. Tara?
And I had one more thing. So the state is also regulates this. So the county will send an annual report of everything used. They have strict restrictions not to spray within a certain setback of a waterway. So while I'm all for water quality and decreasing chemicals, invasive species, as you know, they just spread so fast, they're so ubiquitous, they outcompete other species, which then has a ripple effect to birds and bugs and the whole food chain. So even on the county website, they have a host of information on, on invasive species as they're related to climate change. So I do encourage all to look at those resources on the county website.
Great. Thank you, Tara. Any other further comments or questions from council? I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, Colorado and the Town of Telluride, Colorado concerning noxious weed management and control services.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Teddy Erico, yes. It passes with just one dissenting vote.
Who dissented?
Right. Oh, I thought did Jesse Ray?
Weird, but
It's-
I said yes.
Oh, you said yes? Okay.
Yeah.
It was a little garbled. I thought you said no. Sorry. It passes unanimously. Tara, thank you very much. We appreciate your time on this agenda item. Action item 8C, consideration of approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Tri-County Health Network Communities That Care, Town of Mountain Village, the Town of Telluride, and San Miguel County regarding cooperative funding of the Regional Youth Hangout. And we have Zoe here to present.
And I'm making Dawn with Communities That Care also come up. Her face was terrified, but this is the, out of all of the lawn meetings that we have had with all of our governmental partners, I'm very excited to be coming to you guys at this stage of where we are with the Youth Hangout. As you can tell from the thorough memo, which is for your benefit, but also for the benefit of the regional partners that we have coordinated with to get us to this space, that this has been a long time coming and that we have come to this board several times for budget allocations to make this happen. And we are finally toward the end, and this is the intergovernmental agreement of that funding partnership with our other government entities. And this is only for the capital or the tenant improvements to make our lovely shed into the youth hangout that these wonderful youth in the audience that are here are going to be utilizing, and then also supporting CTC within Tri-County Health Network for their operating. And this is again only for 2025. So we will be further discussing, or CTC will be coming to us in the coming years to reaffirm this intergovernmental agreement. But to get us to this stage with these people on board, that they want to flush out a little bit more data and information as we look into the future. I'm also very excited that we will continue to look at grant funding. And we also, I'm in conversation and I'm pulling Dawn in with a potential donor that will hopefully also be a huge contributor to potentially the tenant improvements as well as the ongoing operating costs in perpetuity. So we're working on those things, but in order for us to complete the construction and keep this on the path that we want it to, we're coming today with this ask, even if there might be more information of less funds needed into the future. So I don't think I need to go over the full breadth of the giant memo that I have had prepared. But long story short, the town of Telluride, as you are all fully aware, has been an advocate for this critical infrastructure for our youth for quite some time. We have put in the cost for the design, the white box construction of the shed, and we are waiving the rent or the debt service for the property for the CTC to use it. In addition to that, we are contributing with the other governmental entities for a third of the tenant improvements. We have an additional ask for 2025 beyond what we had originally allocated, just due to firming up construction cost and making it ADA accessible, which was not part of our original designs. This additional ask would be just over 22,000 for the town of Telluride. And then for the operating cost for a opening at the end of next month, the ask is an additional 18,000 from what we all had allocated previously for the town of Telluride. CTC and Dawn here is to represent their vision and their operating cost. But I think one of the greatest lessons that have been learned in the past is that to have dedicated programming and to have something that is reliable is essential. So the commitment financially for them to have the strength and sustainability to operate the youth hangout is pivotal and critical for its success. So I don't know if you have anything that you want to speak to that.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, we have our amazing youth. Some of them are interns that have created a youth advisory board to provide programming ideas into this space. And one thing that we've gathered is that it needs to be open consistent, right? So we can't provide programming here on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We need the space to be open every day of the week, these specific hours, you know, so that kids know what to expect. So our budget did change a little bit based on that because we needed to, you know, add some additional staff into the facility. But we feel like we're in a really good space and we're really excited to get this shed open. And we, you know, really appreciate you taking the opportunity and the time to look over this intergovernmental agreement.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions from council for Zoe or Dawn? Elena?
I do. I have two questions. One of them was in the agreement on page 170 about the term and renewals and extensions. So it seems that a party can elect not to renew the terms of the agreement. And that like kind of stuck out to me as a little bit of a concern. Like if one of the parties decides to pull away from this, where does that leave us?
It would open up for further discussions. So I will also just kind of, it took a lot for us to get here and to get everyone on board for this step. So I think what we are focused on for 2025 is to continue. We don't have any data. So we're just telling everyone that this is needed, that it's valued, that all of your constituents are participating, and some wanted to take a year of data collection before formalizing any additional commitments in perpetuity. However, some of the other things within the agreement of, you know, the town of Mountain Village has their contributions for the capital, as the town owns the asset and they have no ownership in it. They wanted to have a payback stipulation in there if it's not used within 5 years. However, there is a note in there that if Team VUA or if the town of Mountain Village pulls out or the county pulls out, and that's why it's not successful, then that would, we wouldn't have to pay them back. So it holds them accountable in some of these instances for that purpose. But 100% for 2026, the advocating is still going to be part of the process.
Okay, I guess like that 60 days notice just feels really tight. Like if one of these parties were going to pull out, that seems like a quick pivot that we would need to make for funding. So I just wanted to flag that as something.
I feel like that's non-substantial, and I could probably, because the county has approved this, but I think we could probably go back to them with a longer date.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's something that like is worth, I mean, I'd like to know. Wait, really quickly, I have one more question just while I have the floor. The other one was page 172 about the county operating expenses, item 3D. So like, I feel like, you know, part of this was coming in collaboratively as equal partners. But like, I know that the county wants data on who's actually using it. If we find that unincorporated county residents are using it proportionately more, will that change the way this is funded? Because I feel like, you know, I mean, you know, the background as to why I'm saying this. So I wonder, like, I guess, like, how does this play out if we find that
I
it's
think
not
the
an
data
equal
will be very telling for everyone. And again, a lot of this, and that's why this agreement is very specifically for this year, because I think it will change in the coming years when we have more information. And I don't know how strongly they will feel of that stipulation once data is there. But according to what they wanted to put in there, as this is something that was very important to them in approving this document, that maybe it won't be to the benefit that they're looking for. I don't know.
So, sorry, my question is about this. So, and you kind of answered it, but I'm still confused. Because based on the numbers up above, even though we're splitting the quote unquote expenses, the town of Telluride is actually contributing a lot more.
And that is put in that provision as
So
well.
that's what my question is. So the way the way that I'm supposed to read that, if I'm reading it correctly, is that after this year, we're going to look at the usage, and if it is determined that, you know, a much larger proportion of the youth that are using it are from unincorporated San Miguel County, then they are willing to adjust their contributions and the like for that.
They are. I think the way that they were initially looking at it is they think that it will be fewer participants will be unincorporated San Miguel County, and so their funding would adjust to that. Maybe that's not what the data will say, but that's what
I just
we'll
feel
find
like
that out.
it's
Yep.
that we're all sitting here going like, we're going to be equal partners, but one partner gets to piece out if they find that they don't have the same proportionate number of their residents utilizing the space, and it's also already not equal. The town of Telluride is subsidizing the rent of this space 100%, and we built the actual structure before we built the white box structure. So.
And here's where the other governments, I'm just on the rent piece, because this was something that was talked about thoroughly, is that it is essentially our debt service, and we are the ones that own the building. So they weren't willing to contribute to our debt service because they are not getting any ownership stake within the building that we have.
But it sounds like that was part of it, though, that they're saying that if this doesn't get used in that way, then we have to pay them back, even though we are still going to have to pay that rent or that debt service regardless.
So that is strictly for the tenant improvements aspect. So not the rent piece, but because we would, again, whatever improvements we put into it, that would be for value to us and not to any other entity. So it's not the debt service is already off the table, but you're specifically talking about the tenant improvements, investments. Yep.
Eleanor?
And I guess just to like keep going with that, if it's to factor a calculation to ensure comprehensive and equitable cost sharing, if we find that 50% of the kids using the youth hangout are unincorporated San Miguel County, is the county willing to come at us and fund it at 50%?
According to this document.
Okay, then I'm okay with that. I think what I was concerned about is if it only works in the county's benefit, but
That's not how it is.
Okay.
That is not how they approved it, and that's not how the language is.
Okay.
I think a lot of people put a lot of time into getting us to this point, and we're looking good as the town of Telluride for how much we've contributed, and we should sign this and see what happens next.
I agree. I think this has been a lot of work on our staff's part. It has been lovely to see the county and Mountain Village participate in those conversations. This has been something that our community, that the youth of our community have been asking for an incredibly long time. And so I'm so happy to see this finally come to fruition. Dawn, thank you, and thank the advisory committee of students that have really helped us to bring this to the place that we are right now. And I'm really excited to see what this group puts together in the future. I can make a motion. Or public comment, sorry.
Before we go to public comment, are there any other council comments? Seeing none, I'm equally as excited as I think everybody in the room. It's a long time coming and a lot of effort and a lot of creativity and just so much hard work and a great step towards serving our youth better that will hopefully continue to improve more and more. But seeing that, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, is there anybody online? Seeing none, unless there's further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve an intergovernmental agreement between Tri-County Health Network, Communities That Care, Town of Mountain Village, the Town of Telluride, and San Miguel County regarding cooperative funding of the regional youth hangout.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Eva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thanks, everybody, for showing up for this
One more
agenda item.
hill.
We appreciate your time today.
Thank you, everyone. Aw.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 9,
No, you're great.
Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to go out of Telluride Town Council and into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting?
So moved.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second,
A second from me. And Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Jesse, Ray, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. We are heading into our Telluride Housing Authority meeting, and I will be handing it off to Geneva.
Okay, great. We are going to call to order now the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. It is 2:11 p.m. and we are in Rebecca Hall in person, as well as online. Number one, we have, or I guess the roll call, all members of the Telluride Housing Authority meeting are present except for Jesse Ray, who's participating remotely. And item number 1, we have approval of minutes from November 19th.
So moved. Oh, I moved to approve. I moved to approve the meeting minutes of the Telluride Housing Authority from November 19th, 2024.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from me and a second from Ashley. If there are no comments, on the minutes, we can vote.
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse, Ray, yes.
And Geneva, yes, the minutes are approved unanimously. Next, we'll move on to number 2, new business, item A, consideration of approval of a resolution of the Telluride Housing Authority releasing the deed restrictions on 2 Entrada affordable housing units pursuant to guidelines section 108.8 and as beneficiary to the deed restrictions. And Ally will help us with this item again.
Thank you for the introduction, Chairperson Shawnette. So I'm back before you today, this time in front of the THA board. You probably remember just a couple of hours ago, sitting as town council, we passed a resolution as beneficiary of the town being beneficiary to the deed restriction to release these deed restrictions on Entrada units L and J. This is part 2. So now you're sitting as the THA board to also release the same deed restrictions as the second beneficiary under those deed restrictions. The process is much the same. At the end of the day, we're looking at a resolution. However, there is specific criteria in the guide you as THA board now need to consider just to make sure that this release would meet those standards in the guidelines. And if you do so find, then there is a proposed resolution for you to adopt today along with the motion in the staff memo. Specifically, the guidelines that we're looking at are the 102 section housing program goals. So you would need to find that transfer of these deed restrictions off of these 2 units still meet these goals. The second criteria you would need to find is whether the transfer promotes the provision of affordable housing. So I think you all know what we are doing here, but ultimately we are taking these 2 Entrada units out of the guidelines program, placing them instead in the Telluride Town Employee Program, which is specific to only Town of Telluride employees. However, if in the future you decided that these units were no longer needed or wanted for town employees, we could always place them back under the guidelines. So they do remain deed restricted, just a different type of deed restriction and not under the guidelines program.
Okay, thank you, Ally. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Nope. Have any public comment on this proposal? None online? Okay, great. Well, then I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Telluride Housing Authority authorizing the release of the deed restrictions on 2 Entrada affordable housing units known as Entrada units L and J as beneficiary to the deed restrictions and find that the section 102 general affordable housing program goals are met by such transfer and such transfer promotes the provisions of affordable housing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ashley and a second from Mian. How do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse, Ray, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Motion passes unanimously. We have no other business. Thank you, Ally.
Right,
We will
thank
adjourn
you.
to town council.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Wonderful job. That brings us to agenda item number 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. public hearing on the request of Mischief Managed LLC, doing business as the Telluride Company, for a hotel and restaurant license for use at 212 West Colorado, Telluride, Colorado 81435. And we have Tina Rutherford here to present.
Can we please get a motion to sit as the liquor authority?
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Can I have a motion to go to the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority?
I move to adjourn as the town council of the town of Telluride and convene as the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan, a second from Ashley.
Dan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Mia, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. And then Dan, before we go any further, since we are officially in the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority, I assume you are going to recuse yourself as usual?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, as I stated to you earlier, I will be recusing myself as the direct financial benefit of more liquor licensing gives me a conflict of interest that I feel I should recuse myself. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. And Tina will give Dan a second to go into the green room. And you are on.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tina Rutherford, Liquor Licensing Clerk. Carlos Kagan, JD Kirkendall, and Gabriel Lifton Zoline, owners of Mischief Managed LLC, doing business as the Telluride Company, have applied for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for their location at 212 West Colorado Avenue for their coffee shop and cafe. Colorado Liquor Code indicates specific requirements for each type of liquor license. For a hotel and restaurant license, the requirements involve revenue and food service. Those being, at least 25% of the total revenue must come from the sale of food and drinks each year. Since food and drink service is the Telluride Company's primary revenue source, their business qualifies. Additionally, the establishment must serve meals between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and have the ability to serve sandwiches or light snacks after 8 p.m. The applicants are currently open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and intend to extend their service in the summer to 8 or 9 p.m. The applicants have the capacity to provide meals and are currently serving pastries, burritos, and biscuit sandwiches. They are planning to increase their food service to include hot sandwiches in the future. The state also asks that the local authority consider the proximity to school, needs and desires of the neighborhood, and the moral character of the applicant. 212 West Colorado Avenue is not located in proximity of a school as defined by the Colorado Liquor Code, so that's not a concern. The needs and desires of the neighborhood were demonstrated through the submission of a petition. The petition had 134 signatures in favor of the application. 102 signatures listed addresses within the town of Telluride. Additionally, communication and protest of this license has not been received to date. Moral character of the applicants was considered through the fingerprinting process and running of background checks. No adverse reports came back on those. There are motions in your memo, and staff recommends if this application is approved, the last condition of approval be removed, as the State Health Department food and beverage license has been received. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And I believe the applicants are here as well.
Great. Tina, thank you very much for that. Very thorough. Before we open it up to any questions from council, does the applicant want to say anything? We want to give you that opportunity. You don't have to, but you can.
You gotta step up.
I have to say my name.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Zoline, one of the applicants. We're just very much looking forward to doing this. We've been enjoying being open the past couple of months, doing coffee, and intend to keep serving the community and keeping it, just having a nice chill little thing, not open too late, but we think will be a good addition, especially in the summer with our patio. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council for Tina or the applicant?
I'm really glad you guys are here. I think this is awesome. My only question is I know that this break in the wall is a very open space between the now coffee shop and the gallery. I'm assuming the gallery might be at some time wanting to get a liquor license. It also shows that that's the edge of their liquor license. And so if they do have people there in the evening, I know that as far as I know, there's not anything there set up right now. There's just like tables and stuff. I'm just want to make sure that like we're aware of that there's not going to be drinks moving into that area, or if the other property gets a liquor license, that then those drinks aren't coming into your liquor area as well.
Yeah, very much. So we're planning to put up a curtain that will close it off and make it very clear, as well as having the correct signage to make sure that it's really clear. And then if that changes going forward, obviously we'll address that with the boundary and or they will apply for their own liquor license.
Great.
Great. Thank you for clarification. Thank you, Ashley. Any other questions from council? Since this is a public hearing of the Telluride Liquor License Authority for this request, I will open up to any public comment. Or is there any public comments in the room? Seeing none. Tiffany, are there any hands raised online?
Seeing none.
There are no hand raised online either, unless there's any other further discussion amongst council members. I would entertain a motion.
I move that the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority of the town of Telluride, Colorado approve the issuance of a hotel and restaurant license to Mischief Manage LLC, doing business as the Telluride Company for use at 212 West Colorado Avenue, Telluride, Colorado, based on the following findings. Public notice of the hearing on the application was published and posted on the property as required by Colorado law. And the applicant is qualified to obtain a liquor license pursuant to CRS section 44-3-307. And the premises is in a location eligible to conduct the proposed liquor license business pursuant to CRS section 44-3-313 and the zoning laws of the town of Telluride. And the applicant is entitled to possession of the premises for which the application is made, and the inhabitants of the neighborhood by definition of the town limits, desire an additional establishment that serves liquor, and the needs of the neighborhood are not met by the existing outlets.
We have a motion from Meehan. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Eleanor.
You have
Meehan,
to-
ha-
Do I have to?
You do have to do
I have to do
just
all the other
not,
ones too?
not the last one.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. And with the following conditions to be met prior to issuance of the license, inspection of the premises is completed by the clerk to the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority to confirm the accuracy of the diagram of the proposed licensed premises submitted, and the town clerk's department be notified of any change of manager within 5 days of a change. And the state of Colorado license is received by the clerk's department indicating approval of the application by the Colorado Department of Revenue Liquor Enforcement Division.
Do you accept those changes to the motion?
I do.
Excellent. We have a new motion from Meehan and an updated second from Elena. Meehan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thank you guys so much for coming today, and best of luck as you expand your service. And I look forward to enjoying an adult beverage there sometime soon. That brings us to agenda item number 11, back into executive session for item 11B, town manager evaluation for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado revised statutes.
Do we have to reconvene as council?
Oh,
Yeah.
You want to go back into council?
back into
right?
council?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Do I have a motion to leave Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority and go back into town council? It's a confusing one today.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Geneva. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Teddy, yes. And so I will get back to my giant speech of executive session. Moving into executive session, 11B, town manager evaluation for discussion of a personnel matter under Colorado revised statute CRS section 24-6-4024FI and section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? We have a motion from Meehan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ashley. Meehan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
And yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Betty, yes. It is approved unanimously to go into executive session. The time is now 3:43 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Zoe Denal, Ellen Levin, Geneva Shawnette, Teddy Erico, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, and partially Mian Fee. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment, and I'm adjourning this meeting by mutual consent.